11 โมงนะครับ11 โมงนะครับ
Check. Audio check. Test 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here with us today and attending this session for the Right to Clean Air, Partnerships, Policies, and Practices in Focus. May I please welcome our moderator, Ms. Afreen Siddiqui, to introduce the panelists and take the session, this exciting session from here for us. Thanks, Afreen.
Thank you so much, Vidhi. While people are warming up, having their coffees and snacks, and we let them come in, but we are already 18 minutes late. So let's get going. It is my honor to be moderating such a powerful panel. And I have not seen or been to a panel that has almost all the stakeholders that are needed to join forces to move mountains of a complex challenge like air pollution. My honor to welcome Mr. Joseph Jackson, Managing Director, Bosch, Thailand and Laos. May I now welcome Mr. Anuj Mehta, Country Director, Thailand Resident Mission, Asian Development Bank. Welcoming our government champion, Khun Simapon Rungsianon, specialized expert on air quality and noise management from the Pollution Control Department of Thailand. Welcoming Mr. Asim Jaffrey, who's a country lead, Fair Finance Asia, Pakistan. Last but not the least, a powerful civil society partner, Professor Dr. Kanungnij Subwayam, environmental lawyer, law faculty, Chulalongkorn University, and co-founder of Clean Air Network Thailand. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And that's me, Afreen Siddiqui, the Regional Public Sector Innovation Specialist with the Regional Innovation Team at the UNDP Asia Pacific. There's another hat that I wear that I'd like to share. I also head the Secretariat of Our Common Air. It is a global commission combating air pollution, doing high-level advocacy, co-chaired by Right Honorable Helen Clark and Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who's the ex-chief scientist of WHO. So the two hats that I wear have given me the privilege and honor to moderate the panel today. And now I'm taking my seat. We are here to speak about not air pollution as a challenge, but air pollution as an opportunity for how we can join forces and work together. Some very powerful stats that I want to throw at all of you, and I'm sure many of you may have heard. There are 7 million deaths annually that are caused due to air pollution. And do you know the number that hits Asia Pacific out of those 7 million? 70% of those deaths are actually from Asia Pacific. 100 children under 5 die every day due to air pollution. And the World Bank estimates that health damages amounting to 8.1 trillion US dollars, or you can say 6% of the global GDP, is caused due to air pollution. OECD projects that by 2060, annually number of working days lost for employees would be 3.7 billion. Despite all these staggering numbers, there's less than 1% of international development funding that goes on air pollution. Isn't this surprising? Living in a pollution-free environment is a fundamental right now declared by the Supreme Court of India, And there are many courts across the world that are declaring this as a right. All of us do have the right to breathe clean, free air. And I must also say, you must have heard multiple line ministries owning their respective challenges, but not one single ministry owning air pollution as a challenge. It cuts across at least 9 to 10 line ministries within the government. Unfortunately, falls into the crack by not literally getting owned by any. It is undoubtedly a complex challenge. It needs a systems approach, and it needs multi-stakeholder collaboration, to find solutions. So, with this powerful panel today, we are going to discuss, not just the experiences, but ways, opportunities, and ideas of how we can tackle the air pollution challenge in Asia. Maybe I begin with the first question. My first question is for Anuj. So, in your and the first question is actually focused on more on challenges and opportunities. So, it is a common question to all our panelists. So, in your opinion, Anuj, what are the most pressing challenges and barriers in combating air pollution in our region, especially in large cities like Bangkok, Islamabad, India? And where do you see this as an opportunity? A lot of working days are missed, and if employees breathe clean air, the working days would get saved. If children breathe clean air, the missed school days would get saved. So where do you see this as an opportunity?
Lovely. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. Yes, it's a supremely complicated issue because unlike water, for example, you have a Ministry of Water. Air cuts across so many different sectors. So, for us, at ADB, when we look at the issue, you always sort of look at three big issues. One is the big challenge in terms of institution. So is it one ministry? Is it seven? And how do you bring those seven agencies together? That's one part of it. Government institutional structures, where it works. For example, you see, something very high level pulled together by the leader of a country, pulling various ministries together. So sectors, crossing various sectors. I think the second is in terms of regulations, but more than regulations, enforcement of those regulations. So you can have a lot of policies in countries saying, we'll shut down an industry if, for example, it doesn't, treat its waste or solid waste, etc. But can you shut down a city? Can you shut down various industries, especially if they're contributing to GDP? It's been a big issue in terms of enforcement and putting together regulations. And I think for me, the third is finance. So, we'll talk again about numbers, which are required for financing, immense amount. And, if you just look at climate financing needs in Southeast Asia, you need $211 billion a year. In ASEAN alone, Thailand probably needs something like around 20 billion a year. Now, to get that money in, you need private sector. For the private sector to come in, the underlying projects need to be bankable. It's easier when you're talking about renewable energy, a plant, but when you're talking about clean air projects, many of which are not bankable, the money doesn't flow. So how do you make that happen? If it flows, there's immense potential for new type of jobs in high technology, but also there's immense amount of potential to reform institutional structures, especially at city government levels. So that's a quick sort of snapshot.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Professor Kalungnij, maybe the civil society view of the challenge versus opportunity.
Thank you. From the side of people, this is the big structural change, not only the theories or principles, but also the paradigm. We are talking a lot about the air pollution base, but this time we need to go further to cross the border from air pollution management to clean air management. So that requires a lot of change, institutional change, financing change, but the most important thing is the mental change, because most people still hang around the air pollution management as only one way to tap up with the clean air. But it doesn't guarantee always that once you manage very well on air pollution management, you're gonna have the clean air automatically. The second one is about the health dimension versus environmental dimension. WHO had a big warning long time ago that these two dimensions should not be separated from each other. But look, we have separate ministries between Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment, first of all. Plus, we have scattering around legislations and policies on the two issues separately. So finally, to deal with clean air agenda at any level, you need to how to energize and how to synergize the two dimensions together. Otherwise, things gonna not be changed that much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Kanowich. Kun Simapon, the government view of the challenge versus opportunity.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Before I answer your question, I would just like to say that we have to realize that we all create air pollution every day in any way in our life, right? So I would like everybody to recognize that air pollution is not just a pollution, but it's how we live our life. Right, we need to have human rights to breathe in the clean air, but it's also our responsibility as well, right? That's why we come together today. And for the challenge that I still feel that we still have in our region is, of course, transboundary. Right, and the midst of cooperation, sometimes like Professor Kanungnis just addressed that we have like separate work, we work like silo, but in order to solve air pollution, right, we need to think about three things. First, you need to reduce emission source, right? Second, you need to communicate, right? And the most important thing is to take care of your people. You need to take care of the public health, especially vulnerable group. So my my optimization is cooperation, of course, and multi-stakeholder working so that we can beat air pollution like Thailand trying to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kun Simapon. That was super optimistic view coming from the government champion. All right, so coming to the private sector view of air pollution, Joseph.
Yeah, it's really great to hear from the other stakeholders talking about it from such a high strategic level, right? I think from the private sector view, from our perspective, just to give some background, Bosch is a German company. We're active in the mobility sector, industrial sector. So these are all, of course, very relevant to this discussion. And in terms of the challenges, I would say there are three aspects to it. The first is financial. Moving into, let's say, cleaner technologies and so on, of course, requires upfront costs, upfront research, upfront capital expenditures, and so on. So how to bridge that financial requirement, of course, for mass adoption of cleaner solutions is one of the challenges. The second one is technological. Are there the solutions available? Or maybe in certain parts of the world, the access for local expertise or reliance on imported technologies are some barriers towards faster scale up because it affects, of course, the ability to roll out, scale, maintain, service, and adopt these technologies in these countries or regions. And the third aspect that plays a big part, of course, is, as was mentioned, is the regulatory environment, because policy, of course, is one of the big drivers for shaping adoption of different solutions, different guidelines in terms of cleaner technologies. So I think working hand in hand about all three aspects, when there are policy drives towards, for example, cleaner technologies, better emission standards, for example, it's a very concrete one, then from the private sector, they have to step up, develop the necessary technologies and solutions that can meet these kinds of tighter standards. But at the same time, all sectors have to look into how do we make it financially and economically viable, because that's the only way to make it sustainable. And you can do that, of course, from policy mandates, but at the other side, you can also look into incentive frameworks. How do you incentivize adoption of cleaner tech? Because you already mentioned there are hidden costs to pollution in terms of healthcare costs, and of course, lost productivity. So that can be monetized. And then using that in terms of savings, you can use that to incentivize adoption of all of these cleaner tech and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The brilliant side of the cost, approach of air pollution as an opportunity. Asim, you'd actually come from the civil society plus innovative finance lens. So, what's in your view the challenge versus opportunity?
Thank you so much. For the air pollution is a complex, multidimensional crisis with distinct yet interconnected challenges. I've unpacked those. The first is legislative and regulatory gaps, where we see the not very empowered policies and enforcement is still a big challenge. Second is business practices, where the industries continue polluting due to their outdated methods and weak accountability. The third, the something is producing in China, for instance, and traveling on the road, crossing Asia, in Asia, India, and Pakistan, and polluting due to the consumption and coming all these stuffs on a fossil fuel, petrol and stuff on the trucks, and also polluting our cities. Fourth is the South Asia has a unique source from crop burning to the industrial emissions that the region faces distinct pollution sources. The fifth is the resource mobilization, where we see the financial industry is not ready to change the model, for instance, repurposing the finance, putting the people and the planet at first and profit at the second. Lastly, health and economic crisis, especially the cities like Islamabad, where the tropospheric ozone levels are high. Our talent, our labor force, our citizens are suffering because of that ozone level. In terms of climate finance, in total, annually, we need up till the 2030, $2 trillion. But the real challenge is, like Oxfam's Shadow Report on Climate Finance 2024 states clearly that we need this money as a grants. Right now, it's as a form of a loan. So because of the loaning, the developing countries consider as a debt trap. So going into the debt trap is really a barrier going to invest in the air pollution tackling. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. You highlighted a very important aspect of loans versus grants, the need for for change and also reform in financing air pollution. We are moving to the second segment, but a request to my audience: please keep your questions ready because towards the end of the three segments that we do, we'll also open the floor up for questions. So the second segment is more about showcasing the power of partnerships and innovation. Let me ask this question first to Khun Sivapon. The Pollution Control Department of Thailand is spearheading so many initiatives, specifically also on transboundary air pollution. How do you see the power of innovation, which is data, digital, and partnerships in tackling this complex challenge that you are spearheading?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I always say that data is power, but partnership is even more. If we have data, we can communicate to our public, like we can influence policymaker to allocate any budget. And to without any good data, we're not going to have policy, we're not going to have strategy or action plan or even measure. So like take Thailand for example, we invest with the air quality data monitoring network with a big money. We have been trying to set up our network like for over 30 years. And right now we have like almost complete system across the country. Right now we have like 100 ambient air quality monitoring in Thailand across the country, and we can share the data right to all sector. And we utilize it, fully utilize it. First, we inform our public, right? Then they know the state of air quality. They can adjust their activity during the high season. Second one, we communicate to the government or all stakeholders to share their responsibility and their role in terms of air quality management. And the most important thing is we do early warning system. Right? We apply the modeling to forecast air pollution 7 days in advance, and we publish to all stakeholders, to all kind of media. But one thing we need to accept that it's expensive to do that, right? But when we compare to the cost of economic loss from health that we treat people from air quality, air pollution problem, is much lower. Thailand with UNEP, with UNEP, we used to study the cost of inaction. If Thailand cannot implement the policy to control PM 2.5, including transboundary haze, we gonna lose 2% GDP by 2030. That is just next 5 years. So we need to invest in terms of air pollution monitoring, air pollution management, and also for health protection. We also use a lot of budget of the budget to do the best healthcare for our people. And this data, this whole system of data also linked to partnership, right? Because partnership, they know they're concerned about the problem and they have willingness to join with the government to work together. One of the good, I would call best practices, but for me, I don't like much best practices. I want to scale it up. I think we have too many best practices. We need to scale it up to make it sustain, right? But still, we have the good one, like, that we have a big problem with open burning, right? Forest open burning. So we try to change, we make a partnership with the one who burn. We try to change them, bring them to be with the government, change them from burning forest to guard the forest. And then we can reduce air pollution problem in the northern part of Thailand. In conclusion, we also engage all kind of sector, especially like civil society, like Professor Kanungnit. She is very important to the role to leverage our work, especially for Clean Air Act, right? And all kind of sector, government, private company, businesses, civil society, academic, and everyone, not just only in Thailand, but in our region, especially in Mekong sub-region, there's still a lot of room and a lot of gap to fulfill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khonsivapon. And for those who don't know, Khonsivapon is also known as Miss Mekong because she does a lot of advocacy across transboundary air pollution. So thank you, Miss Mekong. All right, so the next question is for Joseph. So Joseph, how is the private sector innovating to improve air quality? As a global company, how does Bosch balance innovation with sustainability to ensure its products and operations contribute to cleaner air?
Thank you for this question. I think that's exactly the key point, right? That innovation can go hand in hand with sustainability. It's not that it has to be one or the other. So for us, and it's been mentioned several times already in this panel, one is definitely we have to engage with multiple stakeholders because the topic is really very complex and wide-ranging. So for us, engaging with the public sector, even with academic institutions, the financial institutions as well, to understand, okay, where's the direction? Where's the policy movement going? What are the kinds of solutions that are needed or prioritized? And then we try to act or adapt ourselves to move in these kind of directions. One concrete example, for example, is emission legislation. If higher emission standards are going to be on the roadmap, then we try to come with the necessary innovations to try to meet those higher standards and make them available. So another one that we incorporate into our own product development process is what we call DFE, Design for Environment. It's a framework in terms of how we design products and innovations and technologies from the design itself, the type of production process that we develop that tries to, for example, use less raw materials, that uses more efficient processes that reduce wastage or scrap material at the end of the production process, towards even end of life of during the product life cycle, whether it can be recycled, whether it can be reused, and so on. So that's also part of how we try to develop our innovations for a more sustainable outcome, designed for environment. And you mentioned about innovation and sustainability. I give two concrete examples of innovations and developments that we've done that also contribute to this direction. One is we are in the energy sector. We develop industrial boilers. These are boilers used in industrial processes to generate steam and heat, for example. And currently, they burn hydrocarbons to generate the heat and steam. Aside from, of course, continuing to develop and increase the efficiency of these boilers, which then help to, of course, reduce emissions, we've also developed a line of electric boilers. Of course, you have to look further up the upstream and then make sure that the energy source for the electricity, of course, is also sustainable. But that's another step of in terms of what we can do and contribute. And the third one is we've also developed a line of boilers that can use hydrogen as fuel. So this is just one example. The other one is in the mobility sector. We also see it as a transformation now, moving towards more electrification, hybrids, battery electric vehicles. There will be a need to have a solution for the batteries at the end of the product life cycle. So we've developed solutions that can deep discharge these used batteries at the end of their life and also automate the disassembly and recycling of the used car batteries. And so this is, again, another way where innovation and sustainability can go hand in hand to promote these kinds of cleaner technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. A classical example of design for environment is the sound system that is currently in the room is Bosch sound system. If you see, they have designed for the environment. So thank you so much, Joseph. My next question is for Anuj. So Anuj, air pollution is at an intersection of climate, finance, mobility, health, and infrastructure. And we keep saying it's a very complex problem. As a multilateral development bank, how is ADB investing, prioritizing, and working with all stakeholders to have a whole of society approach?
Thanks. So let me give you three sort of examples of what we are doing at ADB. If you look at just project finance, ADB is known for financing infrastructure. We've probably financed something like around about $3 billion worth of air quality related projects. This would include part of the BTS in Thailand. Some of you may have seen the e-tuk-tuks project, which is happening over here with Move Me in Thailand. That is, the expansion of that is financed by ADB. We tend to do more things like this: transport, mobility, landfill, sort capturing the solid waste management sort of issues. So there's a lot of individual project financing that we do. Number two is what I would call a programmatic approach, which is for technical assistance. So in 2022, we launched something called the Asia Blue Skies program. It's meant to help our developing member countries put in place policies and plans that includes, do we need to do something on carbon taxation? Do we need to do something on pollution charges? Develop institutional structures, roadmap for equality. All of that fits into this technical assistance, which is helping our countries develop air quality action plans, if you like. Number three is what I would call a programmatic financing approach. So not just a project by project approach, but a whole approach. And for this, I always talk about, the project I did, for example, in Indonesia, which is called the SDG Indonesia One Green Facility. So you work with an existing local bank, development bank such as PTSM in Indonesia, and you create a green facility within that, which can then reach out to not one, but 15 or 20 projects. Even more powerful than that project is the one which we did in PRC, People's Republic of China. That's called the Beijing Tianjin Hebei Air Quality Improvement Program. And that's been, since 2015 onwards. And this just shows you what all you need to do. We have done, I think, 3 or 4 different tranches or loans. First one was on policy for air quality, then regulation, then a green facility. Access to SMEs. So you need to do a lot. And the one thing that I always like to talk about in BTH, especially the China project, is the support to China in developing what I think were the first clean air bonds in Asia. So in 2022, clean air bonds were issued. I think this is under CSEP. Which attracted a lot of domestic financing for air quality improvement. And it's very nice because on one side, you're developing the list of projects. So it can go into solid waste, it can go into mobility. And on the other side, you're actually raising money from the market with some support from ADB to even make that concessional or affordable, etc. And then you have a lot more money flowing into many projects, not just one. So clean air bonds, I think, would be something that we really want to expand all over ASEAN, because it's not about the one project. It's about crowding in money for 100 projects across ASEAN. That's critical. That's sort of a quick snapshot, and we are trying, hopefully with PCD support and the government of Thailand, to develop a similar air program also for air and water combined for Thailand.
Thank you, Anuj. That was promising. Maybe moving to Asim. So Asim, how does financial policy influence air quality regulations? From your side of innovative financing and civil society approach, what role do sustainable finance initiatives play in driving corporate responsibility and ESG compliance?
Thank you. Right now, in 2023, Fair Finance Pakistan has conducted on ESG sustainability policy ranking among the commercial banks and targeted the largest commercial banks, 5 in the country. And we were very surprised they were scored only 0, near to 0 in the investment of the nature. And the climate change, they scored around 20%. So with this context, there is a huge need for innovate. Strategically, the banks are very much clear, developing a plan. However, the product line, the portfolio, and the transaction level, they need a capacity building for coming out from the traditional model and accept that this is the accelerating problem of climate change, and we need an action plan, and we need to develop the product lines, which helps the private sector. I can put the example in a way that the Fair Finance Pakistan Coalition is a good blend of the private sector and the civil society, which initiated the campaign on the clean air in the country. And after 3 years of successful advocacy, we are right now having a 9A article asserted in the Constitution of Pakistan, where we have seen the good driving force in the private sector is ready to adopt the new policies which save their children's life, their own business life, their employees' life. So that is the platform is ready to adapt the new approaches. Just need a finance to be ready to implement and providing the good finance. As Anuj mentioned, the ADB is having a good approach as a multi-donor bank. So same way, the national commercial banks need to ready for those innovative products. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. We need more initiatives like yours and people like you, because the recent IQ Air survey is quite alarming. 3 out of 5 most polluted countries of the world are in Asia, One is India, the other one is Pakistan,
Yeah.
the third one is Bangladesh. So it is undoubtedly a cause of concern, and we need more such, innovation and partnerships to drive, such collective action. Finally, Professor Kanungnij, how can we let go of the Clean Air Act, which is a citizen-driven act in Thailand, and it's actually it's leading by example across the globe of how this citizen movement led to multi-stakeholder collaboration towards regulatory vision. So please do share how all of these have joined forces to support Thailand's Clean Air Bill, and what are your key messages for countries driving citizen-led legislatures?
Thank you. Knowledge base is the first one that I prefer to put it as the front line because ignorance is around for the invisible things. First of all, air is invisible. Second one, PM 2.5 and other toxic pollutants are invisible. And third one, right to clean air is invisible. So the triple kind of invisible make it very difficult to understand. So knowledge is required as the a must. And also our group believe in using knowledge first, use it as the foundation before making any kind of law and policy. Otherwise, stakeholders around will not really understand or maybe understand different things on the same issues, or else the different paradigms, which is much worse. We did provide the 3 color concept papers: white paper, blue paper, and green paper on clean air before drafting the clean air bill. Also, we did the research and do the field work to collect all the knowledge from the ground to be used as a guide. However, this kind of multitask and multidiscipline kind of knowledge is bulky and very difficult to understand. We need to make the difficult knowledge to be much easier to understand by simplifying into the format that can be reached out to people around, the officers to be used, even the politician to support us in the parliament, which is not easy at all. As I mentioned before, that different people come from different backgrounds on the air pollution base, or clean air base, or the old paradigm, the new paradigm, etc. So the art and skill of communication for this kind of very complicated stuff need to be put in place. At the moment, we are proposing a project called Clean Air Studies for Clean Air Literacy for different stakeholders to join us to upgrade the understandings of the same direction on clean air bill. Probably after it passed the parliament within a couple months will be launched. However, this project going to be divided into 3 main pillars. The first one is about the clean air citizen science to uh, uh, promote more public participation. Second one is called Clean Air Legal Studies. And the third one is the Clean Air Citizen Finance. With all this stuff, we believe that the public awareness will help a lot to put the pressure on the ecosystem of the Thai system, not only politicians, but also the officers and the people at large. Once we do not have enough political will from government, then the public will is required through this kind of knowledge base to use it to move the big mountain to move for the better change.
Thank you, Dr. Kalonij. The political will versus people's will versus bureaucratic will. There are a lot of wills that we are fighting across and getting there where we are getting. Maybe now the next round is more about you'll hear our speakers speak about how they lead by example with their experiences. Maybe my first question for you, Anuj. Speaking of successful projects and investments, could you share an example of an air pollution related project that you think that countries in Asia can learn from?
Yeah, I mean, I always go back to BTH, just because of the impact on the air quality of Beijing over the last, is it almost like 10 years now that the BTH Beijing Tianjin Hebei project has been working. And I think that programmatic approach is such a good example of what can be done to replicate. Now, of course, that was in a particular, let's say, sub-province. But can that be replicated and scaled up for ASEAN? I think that's the million-dollar question of creating some sort of a programmatic fund and a facility based on either BTH, or there's another very interesting project in Shandong in PRC, which is also a green fund. And there are elements of it which, it's worth highlighting. For example, when private sector has a really good technology, either to deploy or to develop, funding support is needed. Often not commercial financing because it may not be enough or it may be too expensive. So can a part of the fund, as is being done in BTH, be used to provide equity, short-term equity, or very, very concessional debt into deployment of such technologies is one side of the story. But the other side of the story is, and I always talk about an example from Uruguay, which is a bond which was issued in Uruguay, more focused on nature. The issue with bonds is that we can raise a lot of money from the market, but that is commercial financing. It may not always be able, we can't always turn it into a solid waste management project finance because it's expensive. So the Uruguay model is interesting because it raises money from the market and then there is support to reduce the cost of the coupon from development agencies like ourselves. So it's incentive-linked financing. So the greater the impact, so let's say air quality improvement, if you can track it and you basically say financing will flow from a development partner like ourselves, not to the project, but to reduce the cost of the bond that has been raised, that would be very interesting. PDMO itself in Thailand, just about, I think 3 months ago, did what they called a sustainability linked bond, an SLB, which again links the provision of finance to incentives which can be achieved, for a particular project. And I think that would be a really interesting model to bring into air. So I'm talking very heavily on financing sort of approaches because I think the issue is of scale and time. And so many of these programmatic approaches that I talk about is about how quickly can we raise money which is affordable and large scale for deployment into either public sector projects or private sector, such as Bosch. So development of these technologies, but then how do I put them into your wastewater, solid waste, urban transit sort of projects quickly and in an affordable fashion? So those are just some examples.
Thanks, Anuj. Those were interesting examples, and you led by examples. So, Khun Sevapon, what have been your most successful policy innovations and initiatives when it comes to tackling air pollution in Thailand? I say Thailand, but you are open to cross the boundary.
Thank you very much. I would think back for over 20 years. It doesn't mean I'm old, but I'm just taking it as our most success story, even it long time ago, but I believe that we can still learn from it right now, is the implementation of vehicle and fuel quality standards to solve PM particulate matter in Bangkok. I say that because, right now, at that time, we start from Euro 0. But right now, Thailand is moving towards Euro 6, and for the new vehicle. But for fuel quality standard, we already implemented Euro 5. That is the highest level of fuel quality standard in terms of environment. And at that program, we don't do just only new vehicle standard, right? We also do in-use vehicle standard to control air pollution from roadside vehicle, right? And I still have the most successful story for me is the phasing out program of leaded gasoline. At that time, it took Thailand just only 6 years to complete phasing out of leaded gasoline. That is very short time for developing country like us. How we can do that, because we do like the whole complete systematic of the policy. We start with, the producer, the beginning, the business, the refinery group, right? And all the way to end user, that the people. At that time, we did a lot of communication campaign, and we educate our people. Even the government, we implement very aggressive program, but it's acceptable because the people, they know, they understand why we have to do very aggressive like that, because it's impact to their health. So then, of course, sometimes we have like resistance from the community, but we can, make them understand, and we engage all stakeholders. We do incentive and subsidize to the refinery, because we have to take care of stakeholders, not just only to implement the government without any care, right, on economic or social. So that one is quite success story. And we also have the co-benefit as well with the program that we would like to reduce particulate matter, right? We can also reduce more other serious pollutants like carbon monoxide and ozone, right? It's coming with the technology, with new vehicle standard, right? And I believe that this co-benefit, right, is very suitable for our current situation as well. Right now, we need to do like co-benefit policy on air pollution, climate change, and of course, public health. And the success story from Thailand, we share to our neighbor, like Miss Grand Mekong, right? So our neighbor like Lao PDR and Myanmar, we also share to them, and we would like to come together. We don't want to leave any neighbor country behind us. We need to move together as the region for the regional framework of air pollution management. Thank you.
Thank you, Khunsiwapon. I'm getting provoked to ask you a follow-up question, but I will keep it for later. Because you mentioned about this aggressive strategy of, of achieving that mission in 6 years, but I will come back to you later. But just to also, reflect on your point of, regional or transboundary air quality regulatory framework. This panel is all, fully in your support. If you think that, and not just panel, I think the entire room is fully in your support. If you think, joining forces with UN organizations and other entities here, feel free to ask. And we are always there to help and support you. Moving to Dr. Kanungnij. Being a civil society champion as well as an environmental lawyer, tell us your most difficult wins and successes in advocating for the right to clean air. It's a tricky question, but over to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether the war is end yet, but we'll see. So in the meantime, we had the very what we call hardest part of getting the right to clean air written explicitly into the Clean Air Bill. This is the big things in this country and perhaps in the region as well. The next hardest part is to get the state to have three duties within the bill: duty to respect, protect, and fulfill such right to clean air. So within this bill, it's quite pioneer. It's very innovative in a way and very brave to do such a thing. Why is that? Because the rest of the world does not make it tangible as such. Well, it doesn't mean that this is not strong enough to claim as the legal rights. It's the one type of human rights, whatever. But the way we put it in the tangible, written, well written, and within one chapter, is that without written this right in the law, then the people will not have such a thing to catch up and have nothing to use as the instrument to argue, especially argue to the government, and to protect themselves as the things that I have the right to protect myself, and the state or the government must have the duty to protect me from the against of other people, from the third persons. The state itself, the government itself, whatever you do on the policy making or project based decision making or any regulatory kind of design, whatever you do on other any issues, must respect this kind of right to clean air. So in a way, it's such an innovative and very brave and come before time that some people do not understand, not try to understand, and resist. So we got a very strong argument in academic terms with people around. We had explained a lot to public by using, for example, the term premature death. I expand the right to clean air to connect with other kinds of rights like right to health, and then right to death, right to life. Without a good condition in living, you're gonna die prematurely. So linking from one type of human rights to other types of human rights really helpful. This is very helpful in convincing public to see how important of this right to be explicitly written. Also, those politicians try to find the good things to do in their own constituency support. So finally, thanks to Professor David Boyle, the UN Human Rights said that this law is very innovative kind of legal mechanisms in putting the right base and in making the new other innovative technologies of law like carrot and stick initiatives or expand the we call polluters plus, meaning not only the traditional polluters, but also those who involve or related to or support to the polluters like bankers or financial institutions that should be well aware beforehand that this kind of project gonna be detrimental to the community around once the project is started. So all this stuff, it's hard to fight against those who gonna lose the benefits, but we did, and not sure yet whether this bill gonna be okay in the parliament.
Fingers crossed. But it's the first time that I am listening to a government official and also listening to a civil society. And both of them are rhyming their approach that this needs an aggressive approach. So I think we all are, on the same platform. So maybe ask him for your so sustainable finance for climate change. It is increasingly becoming a challenge, and all of us are facing this challenge, right? If you were to share one advice with your experience on overcoming the finance gap to achieve clean air, what would that be?
Thank you. For overcoming the finance gap, there is a need for introducing innovative bonds. For instance, those bonds can raise the money from the domestic market and as well as from the international market, but need to put the regulatory framework in order. For instance, there are two institutions in the country, Pakistan, the State Bank of Pakistan and the Security Exchange Commission of Pakistan. They do have the provisions to introduce those bonds for the commercial banks. But however, the situation is, are they tradable in the stock markets? Are they able to pull the money from the domestic markets? This is the big question. But there is a journey towards fulfilling those gaps by raising the money from multilateral solutions. For instance, the World Bank, as the Anuj mentioned, the more concessional rates could be offered, and the private sector, the big private sector can come together and introduce the different innovative products that could also raise the money. For instance, one of the civil society in Pakistan, the Kash Foundation, they come up with a bond of gender equity, and that bond is traded in the Pakistan Stock Exchange. Such innovative products, for instance, covering the GHG emissions, backed by the standards and regulatory framework from the state. For instance, right now, Pakistan does not have a GHG emission standards. And because of that, those pollutions coming from the different industrial sector is amalgamating. So we need having a solution by putting the finance together, allowing the private sector to introduce their products and regulate by the Security Commission Pakistan. In this way, when the money goes and the responsibility comes along. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. I think you're facing a grave challenge. Specifically, all of us are, in fact, in developing countries. It is definitely, the need for joining forces between different financing bodies, even with the government as well as the private sector. So, coming to you finally, Joseph, can you share insights? You were mentioning about hydrogen, and other initiatives that that Bosch is doing. Can you share insights into Bosch's latest developments in clean mobility, such as hydrogen electric, hybrid vehicle technologies, and their impact on urban air quality?
Yes, thank you for this. I think touching on what Consumer Forum mentioned, when the PCD mandates or legislates emission standards, she mentioned what Euro 6 coming up soon. Of course, there has to be the necessary technologies that will meet these kinds of requirements, right? So for us, we've developed, of course, a comprehensive range of exhaust gas treatment systems that will be able then to meet the required emission regulations. So that's one development already. On the electrification side, we already see the movement towards cars with electric powertrains, hybrids, and even pure BEVs. So we also develop a comprehensive range of component solutions and powertrains for this, from the silicon carbide semiconductor chips that have increased power density and enable longer battery life and increased performance, to complete the electric motor, electric drive, and the e-axle system, which is an integrated electric powertrain incorporating the motor, power electronics, and the transmission, with efficiencies going up to 96 to 98%, for example. We also work on braking. One of the pollutants from vehicles, of course, comes from brake dust. When you brake, you wear the brake pads and it emits dust. Cars with electric powertrains like hybrids and pure BEVs have regenerative braking systems. So instead of using friction to brake, you can use the braking energy to recharge the battery. And with these kinds of systems, you can reduce brake dust by up to 95%, for example. So that also helps on reduced pollution. And one thing we haven't touched on, software, because vehicles today are like computers on wheels now. And you need to keep developing vehicle diagnostic software to be able to diagnose, maintain, and service these new kinds of technologies. And we also provide training programs, of course, to workshops so they know how to maintain and service these vehicles. And on hydrogen, of course, we are really developing a lot in the hydrogen fuel cell systems. We already have introduced them in China. We think adoption first will happen for heavy commercial vehicles, where the economies of scale and the economics make more sense in the beginning. And aside from that, we're also developing hydrogen engines, combustion engine technology that burns hydrogen fuel. So these are just some concrete examples of the kinds of innovations that we try to do to support the push towards cleaner air. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. I would have never thought that even braking causes air pollution. It's a learning for me that the brake dust is also a component of air pollution. So thank you so much. With this, I think we come to the end of the three segments where we happen to learn challenges versus the opportunity approach. And we also happen to learn how innovative partnerships and innovation, has power to energize and synergize, towards air pollution. And we also learned how each of our panel members are leading by examples with their respective organizations championing on clean air solutions. So now the floor is open for audience questions for the next 15 minutes. And this is your time with the panelists. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask the speaker, I think before that, I want to explain that I come from agriculture business. So we are a seed to shelf business. We have upstream to downstream. So there are plantations, mills, refineries. Imagine the pollutions, right? To address that, we have a emission reduction strategy and also targets following the global standards. Would the speaker say that this emission reduction strategy or targets enough for clean air, to address the clean air issue? Or if it's not enough, maybe what should be added to that emission reduction strategy? Thank you.
Who wants to take that? Yeah, okay.
I can give an example from the Pakistani perspective. The 41% GHG emissions is coming from the agriculture side, the crop burnings and the fertilizers, how they are contributing and damaging our soil. So in order to provide a solution, we need a precision technology support, which helps to agriculture or a farmer that less fertilizer to use, have a minimum impact on the soil, and the technology could help. And before that technology, the finance should be ready to introduce the new product line to help the farmers, providing a loan to the farmers and provide the enable environment, encouraging them to introduce the new technology. And this technology is backed by the concessional loans that will help to reduce that GHG emissions from the agriculture. This is one of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. Kun Sivampon, do you want to take that? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Agricultural burning is also one of the most important source of air pollution, right? So I think what we need to do is we need to change behavior, right? And we could make use, we could make valuable to, we get back to the root cause. They do open burning to do agriculture, right? So we need to find alternative for them, right? Like we the alternative to not burn by making valuable on your agricultural residue by business model, right? Like in Thailand, we have a lot of best practices. I'm talking with Anush that we need to scale it up to do is like the real business model that can mobilize this community, not just like not CSR, not to give money to the farmer anymore. What we need to change first that mindset, their behavior, and we might need to change how we plan the agriculture, right? We need to change the, like corn, for example, that we plant it at highland, but corn needs water, right? We need to bring the corn down on the flatland, and then we change the type of plant at the highland, the plant that don't need much water, something like that. I think it's very big scale that we need to talk in terms of business model. Thank you.
Anuj?
Maybe I can also add, because fundamentally you've got two things, right? You're looking at your own emissions reduction strategy. So that's your internal one. Maybe you're talking about your container vans as they're traveling. So are they more efficient? You're talking about your cold storage chains. Are they more energy efficient? So you're looking at your internal efforts that you can make to reduce your emissions reduction. That's your internal. The second is really what can you do to influence where you source your product from. If you're not yourself in growing, if you're not yourself in agriculture, but you're sourcing agricultural produce, what can you do with the farmers to make sure that they are doing things right for their produce, that they are reducing the impact on air pollution. Now, you can either have the very hard stance, which is taken by a number of European agencies, which says, we will not buy from a polluting farmer. But you can't necessarily do that in this part of the world where you also need to make sure that jobs and equity, etc., is there. So what you could do is support underlying farmers to change their practices. The obvious one everybody talks about is harvesting. So do they burn? Do they not burn? If they're not burning, how can you help them with machines? Can the machines come from philanthropic funds, for example, which could come from agencies like the government or development partners? I think that's the two-pronged approach. You're probably very, very good in terms of your own emission reduction strategy. The second part, which Khun Sivapon is talking about, how can companies like yourself help the underlying farmers not lose business, but also transition to becoming clean, green agribusinesses?
Thank you, Anuj. Any more questions? Yeah, maybe Luisa. Yeah, and then Veena.
Thank you. I was very inspired by the gender equity bond example that you gave, Ashim. That's already at the Pakistani Stock Exchange. So I was wondering from how this was set up and how it's going, is there anything we can learn for air pollution? How would that clean air bond look like? And what needs to be in place? And perhaps there's already some lessons we can learn from the gender equity bond example.
Thank you. It's a very innovative approach to raise the funds, and the good money is available in the private sector. For instance, if textile sector, and they aim for a leadership that our emissions will be mitigated by our money in the market and for the forestation in the country. That is the equation in broader sense. Then that bond could raise the money, and they will promise they will not do it as a greenwashing. And we have seen the private sector is also accelerating with the corporate social responsibility and the greenwashing thing. So if the good intent is there, then they raise the money from the market, and the regulation is supported that bond, and that money will raise, and then private sector have a national goal for this much of the emissions they are producing. And now there is a deforestation in the country, X province, and they will invest in there. So based on those investments, the equity will come, and then they will providing the dividend to their bonds shareholders through the stock market. I think it's a perfect idea.
Anuj, do you want to, because you were mentioning about clean air bonds as well?
Yeah, I think three things, probably taking what Ashim says, three things that you need, I think, for adapting any bond to clean air. Number one, framework. So the framework for the use of the money, it has to be according to some national or international standard. It says this is a clean air project. So use of money. I think the second is in terms of having an implementing unit which can develop the project pipeline. Big issue. We can raise the money, but we may not always be able to use it. And the third is blending. So, blending, it's very difficult to talk about bonds without blending it with concessional money to make it affordable in an issue like clean air or coastal protection. Those are the two areas where bankability is not so simple. So doing a bond may be easy. Applying it to projects which are not bankable is very tough. So the third part is blending it with concessional money.
Thank you so much, Anuj. So there are two questions. There's one, Veena, and then you. Maybe we can club the two questions and then give it to the panelists. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I want to raise a bit of the elephant in the room question. So you hear a lot about the issue of needing concessionary financing, and it's definitely needed because this is not commercial. You cannot be commercially financing clean air projects. My bigger question is, and it's a regional issue, it all goes back to the whole issue of the global north literally exporting their air pollution to this region of the world. And it's a perfect business model, right? So if you look back historically, factories did move, right, from the global north to global south. It started since the early 1990s with the whole globalization movement. Brilliant business model, right? Because you've got the factories right next to the world's highest density in terms of population. So your customer is here. The impact of it, as we economists talk about, is externality. And we're paying with it with literally our lives. And we're burning each other to death, right? So here talk about agriculture. It's not just the small farmers. They're not burning for fun. They're not burning because of some mythical understanding. They're burning because they're part of a larger agro-industry supply chain, right? So that is it. That's the same with the industry. And that's across the board, across the region, in Thailand and regionally. So my question really goes back to accountability, right? Our friend talked about how only about 1% to 2% of global climate finance is targeting on air quality. So there's no responsibility at a global level. There is on climate change, but air quality is starkly missing. So I think from the region, we do need to have that dialogue to say, well, how do we take accountability to the right place? Whether it's corporate accountability, whether it is state accountability coming back from, honestly, the governments in the global north and saying, hey, we all live under the same stratosphere. And this is something we all need to collectively solve. And I think as a region, that dialogue needs to be triggered, and wondered if anybody or any agency or anybody has initiated that discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Veena. We will take inputs on the accountability maybe from across the panel. It's a very interesting question. Yes, your question, please.
Thank you, Freen, and thank you, colleagues, for the very interesting conversation. I think we have here about the negative impact of air pollution, for example, on productivity, right? So, and this applies also to other climate-related issues like heat stress, etc. For example, I'm curious to know if maybe from Joseph, right? So, private sector and company like Bosch is actually investing in mitigation interventions targeting workforces, for example, in your company. And given that actually those elements affect also informal sector, I wonder whether the financing mechanism that have been discussed can be also utilized to finance and fund more systemic programs. And and focusing on workers, both formal and informal, could be one element, one project of a bigger programs, which look at obviously the environmental aspect, but also mitigating the effects, looking at more adaptation, and looking at cohort like women workforce that are most affected very often in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Joseph, do you want to take that question first, and then I'll go across the panel on the accountability one.
Yeah, I understood the question was on the impact on the workforce. Well, I could definitely, I think it was also mentioned earlier in the panel that we, of course, focus a lot on internal efforts to mitigate our own emissions and so on. Actually, on Scope 1 and Scope 2 types of emissions, which are emissions generated from our own locations, we've been carbon neutral since 2020. And we're definitely working on targets to reduce our Scope 3 emissions, which are emissions upstream from our supply chain and also downstream from the emissions generated from the products, our products when they're being used. So that's definitely something that is on our radar. Aside from just the carbon emissions, we also have set targets for ourselves on energy efficiency, electricity savings, water conservation, and even on the circular economy, reducing scrappage, wastage, using recycled materials, finding second life uses for components, and so on. Even on our sites, solar panels and so on, these are classic things that I think most companies are already doing. It's a bit indirect in terms of the impact to the workforce, but I would say that by acting responsibly as a company, then people who work for us are contributing to this effort for more sustainability. And you also mentioned about diversity. Definitely, that's also one of the sustainability development goals that we have set. And diversity is one of our values as well. And I can tell you that we definitely have a very diverse workforce in terms of gender, in terms of nationality. I think we have well over 20 different nationalities working for us here in Thailand. Yeah, I would say that these are all factors that we definitely look into and try to develop. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
My response to your question in a civil society perspective, I think in a scope 3, there should be some regulation which allows the developing countries to introduce the ETS in their own stock markets. The developed countries should allow the developing countries to trade in. The private sector should come with the different projects and get the finance credit in terms of the carbon markets. That could help to address the scope 3 emissions. Second is allowing the private sector and also the civil societies to empowering the communities. For empowering the communities, need a path, clear path, backed by the state banks of their respective countries and innovative products, which helps to translate as air pollution is a solvable problem and it can raise the more money and it's also available in the market. So it's coming into the business. It's not only the slogan and stuff like that. It's just on the business model because we share the planet, we share the air, and we want to live and our generation wants to live healthy. So scope 3 can come with a product line which is innovative. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. Thank you, Joseph. Anush, do you want to start with the accountability response?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. And, I seem to think of everything in structures. So 3 things: dialogue, incentives, and penalties. Dialogues are happening. One of your questions, are they happening? The clearest example of that is the ASEAN Secretariat, just talking about where we are. The ASEAN Secretariat has great convening power. They've pulled together ASEAN governments. They've created something called the ASEAN Haze-Free Investment Framework. So they are working on it. Agencies like ourselves pull together countries from across Asia. We conduct policy dialogues in terms of exchanging how best we can approach this. In fact, yesterday, there was a big conference going on over here called the Greater Mekong Subregion, GMS, Regional Cooperation in Plan Program, which is going on right now, which invites many of the countries from the ASEAN region to talk about how we go forward, including PRC. So there is a system of dialogues which is happening, which is talking about how we can work together across regions. The second thing is penalties and standards. So, clearly where a country or a region, the EU, for example, or Thailand or other countries put a framework together saying, this is best practice, private sector then adheres to it. It helps them think about, how they actually have their own practices going forward. But it has to go along with your own country's enforcement mechanism. So I've been in some countries, a few years ago, where very strong penalty structures on what you should or shouldn't do, very poor enforcement structures, domestic companies doing things like production of leather products, for example, were freely polluting the rivers and waters, and there was no enforcement. So there is that responsibility also remains with the government at hand, local government or national government. The third part, which I think is very, very strong, is financial incentives. So whether you take a bond structure or you take a credit structure like biodiversity credits or clean air credits, there the power of finance can really help public and private sector companies or entities which are polluting transition, right? Change how you farm, change how you produce paper, but you need financial incentives for that. I think that mixture of approach has to be required, not just dialogue, but this system of incentives and financial and penalties.
Dr. Kanonij, do you want to take the accountability question from your fellow co-founder?
Well, we had the so-called carrot and stick, one of mechanism in our clean air bill, which is trying to marry between the two things that normally not go together well, in trying to put it as the use during the transition of the changing of bad behavior to the better one. When we talk about carrot, it means the incentive legislation that give you probably the benefits in some ways, and try to change the behavior by giving the incentive or that kind of package of financing stuff. For the stick side is about the punishment. If you did something wrong, you have penalties, you have civil sanctions, etc., put in jail, etc. So the two things can be arranged together as a pair, but must be careful, don't mix it up. Otherwise, it's gonna be used as the greenwashing that easy. So talking a lot about the clean air bond, or in my case, we create the Clean Air Fund in the Clean Air Bill, trying to do somewhat similar, but in smaller scale and very, very new in particular when you want to put it aside of the ordinary budgetary system of the government, by initiate the separate earmark, bond come from the specific the charge from polluters. So this is the innovative mechanism that trying to convince the polluters to become the solution providers, and try to help the small scale agriculture who wants to go together with the package of the clean air bus. So this is still new, but hopefully it's going to work out all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kanonij. Konsima, no comments. Well, I just have one input to share here. So accountability has been a fundamental challenge, and the commission that I head, the Secretariat for our Common Air, the powerful pool of commissioners actually thought that it is important to let something out in the public and initiate a dialogue on accountability, because yes, there is data. Yes, urban bodies are monitoring PM 2.5. But what are they doing after monitoring PM 2.5? Are they naming and shaming the entities? I think it is also a topic of global discussion, because there is rarely any government body that literally has accountability mechanism. So we have published a paper which only focuses on city level, country level, regional level, and global level accountability. And happy to share with whoever's interested. Please reach out to me. And maybe Joseph, do you want to speak about accountability? No. Okay. Asim? Yes, of course.
In terms of accountability, I see that there should be an international framework for accountability and multi-level solutions. For instance, this is the only planet we share all. If we lose it, so nobody will have any benefit from it. So it should be a global structure. There should be every state, which is sovereign, every institution comes underneath the sovereign state, should go beyond the pledges. There must be a compliance regime in the world. No more pledges, no more hi, share. There is a more serious business. So air pollution, we cannot see it, but that's the problem which is damaging us for our new generation as well. So accountability comes in multilateral solutions. That's my take.
Thank you, Wasim. So, mindful of the fact that we are standing between you and the lunch. So, maybe, I can ask one final wrapping question. I know I had two, but now I changed my mind. And it's going to be one and a very solid question. Look, I think this panel is a very powerful panel, and I feel it is a waste if we let the panel go without this final soft pledge that I'm looking at. So my question to all the panelists together, do you think there is a need for a regional call to action to combat air pollution? And if yes, what do you think would be the idea of, your commitment and collaboration towards this kind of a regional call to action? Starting with Anuj.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just, literally scribbling over here as we're going through. There is definitely need for a call for action for the region, which puts together partners such as public and private sector, but also governments from across the region, maybe with the conveners such as the ASEAN Secretariat ourselves. What we can bring together to that is, technical assistance to develop the flow of things, develop, climate bonds or clean air bonds, a financing facility, etc. That will require technical assistance, innovative financial instruments, etc. But also support for developing your 10 or 15 anchor projects, right? What demonstrates that it's happened in somewhere and then can be replicated. And then also brings together a coalition of partners who can bring some of this sovereign concessional financing together. I think that would be the call to action that, I would say would be meaningful and impactful. And I think if we can then also bring in the power of, committees like yourselves with, very, very senior politicians from our countries who can show the intent to make something happen, that would be a loose a structure I'd put together for a regional initiative.
Thank you, Anuj. Dr. Kanumnij?
Well, we can improve and upgrade the original kind of agreement or platform under ASEAN, like ASEAN Human Rights Declaration or ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, which focus too much on disaster but not in clean air kind of management. And also, we had the so-called AISHA, ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, that are working on developing the kind of platform to improve the right to a safe and clean and sustainable environment as such. So all these are kind of initiatives that already existed around the region, plus the fact that each country in the region, for example, Singapore already established the Transboundary Haze Pollution Act. Malaysia, I'm not sure have it or not. Thailand working on the Clean Air Bill. And if other countries around the region do similar things at the same time, in terms of international law, we call it as the international best practice, which become custom or tradition, finally can be legally binding according to the status as a source of international law. And without written law, this can be somewhat more or less binding in such a sense. So yes, whatever platform, go ahead, dialogue, declaration, MOU, whatsoever, do it. Just take action and action now, because we already late, too late. Most people pay too much attention on the climate change issue, which is not I didn't mean that it's not important. It's important, but clean air was overlooked too long. It's now to make the backward to see and live out the importance of this issue and try to tackle the transboundary mission altogether.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kanlonish. The time is now. Go and take action. That's really powerful. Okay, Konsuapon.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We need a call for action that, like what Thailand is doing and have been doing, like take transboundary haze, for example, right? We initiate haze-free ASEAN roadmap, Chiang Rai plan of action, also clear sky strategy. But when we talk about disagreement, we focus just only one source of air pollution. But for me, I think it's not enough, right? Because air pollution, we have three main sources. We didn't talk about the source from industry and transport at regional level yet. So what I'm thinking about, we should have we set common goal together. We're gonna beat air pollution in our region first. Then we think regionally, but we act locally. Make it easy to act. Don't make it too complicated. Is it too complicated? It's very easy and you cannot get it. Right? So maybe we could start with Mekong sub-region, right? Because we are close, we have the same root cause, we understand each other, and we need, as I said in the beginning, that data is power. We need data first. We should have like clean air data center in Mekong sub-region, something like that. And then we can go ahead with the policy and act exactly right for our region. Thank you.
So we have a yes from our Miss Mekong. Thank you. Thank you. Joseph.
Okay, well, not to keep everyone in suspense, but of course, yes, we of course support call to action for clean air. I think that what we from the private sector can do is to contribute. You know, when I think Consumer mentioned it, you need data, you need science, you need what is possible. Yeah, so setting standards on cleaner air. Then from the private sector, we can tell you what can we do, what can be done, what technologies, innovations, solutions are available, and what can be achieved. At least, you know, as long as we continue to develop technological innovations, of course, then the march goes on. And we're happy, of course, to work with all the different stakeholders for data transparency and even explaining what can current levels of technology do, what's possible, and what could be possible in the future. Then roadmaps towards systematic approaches to cleaner emissions, cleaner standards, cleaner regulations can be planned and mapped out. I'd also like to reiterate what was mentioned also. The carrot and stick or incentive frameworks are essential because the only way to make it sustainable is that it has to be economically viable. We always think of sustainability in three aspects: environment or ecological, the social aspect, and also the economic aspect. Only by having the right balance of these three can you really make a sustainable push and make progress. Otherwise, then we might get stuck only at the dialogue stage. So fully supporting frameworks, policy frameworks that really try to address both the incentives and the regulations to try to drive cleaner air forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. So yes, from the private sector too. My last panelist, we want a yes from you as well.
Of course, yes. So we see that there should be approach from the softer instrument to the compliance. Softer one is a climate diplomacy, and the compliance one is developing as such a regional platform which reports every year and have a very clear aim and vision and the paths. For instance, we shared the airshed, 6 airshed among these countries. So this is our own problem. So we own our problem and we will find the solutions and share the data together and find the solution together. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. So by now, all of you have understood this was not a speaking panel, but it was a doing panel. It was an action driven panel. So we are going ahead with our plans. If you want to join hands with us, please feel free to join us. I can literally say on behalf of UNDP, CSERA will, coordinate and collaborate with all the stakeholders here on the stage. And if you'd be interested, please do join hands because we will come together for a regional call to action on the right to clean air very soon. So stay tuned and thank you so much. I'm not summarizing the discussion as traditional panels, but just requesting all of you. So if you think you can contribute, you can support, you can collaborate, please do reach out to us. And the panel will continue to engage and come back with some action-oriented stuff next year. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
hello, check. Hello, check.
better keep. Okay, I'm going to give this after. They told me not to get the copy. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch because it's always very challenging to run an afternoon session over a heavy meal and the chocolate fudge cake. I'm just returning my time. Let's give a minute or two for people to come in the room. If you have some more coming. Okay, I think we are here. Let's start. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I need to give my own introduction. My name is Mrinalini Rai. I'm the Director for Women for Biodiversity. And I'm really happy to be here actually for the second time at the CSERA workshop, and this time as a moderator. And it's also a big pleasure to see that at the UNDP and the team have done a fantastic work of really also bringing the discussion on gender around the whole discussion around businesses and human rights. So thank you so much for all of you for taking time on this topic, which is an important topic in the discussions we're having over the 2 days. So just a few logistics on how we are going to be doing the session. So unlike the others, we are going to be a bit creative, and hopefully that's going to work. So what we will do first is that we will have a fire chat. So this is to build the background of the session for today. And then we are going to have another session with 3 panelists to then discuss some of the key elements for us to inform our discussions after that.
So let me just basically give a little bit overview of our session today. So I'm just going to be looking at the objectives because you all are here, because you've looked at the importance of gender and into this discussion. So the key element that we will be looking at from this session is to examine how embedding gender responsive strategies is incorporated into environmental actions to enhance businesses' resilience and contribute to sustainable environmental outcomes, demonstrating the vital link between inclusivity and sustainability. Because we all talk about gender equality, we talk all about stakeholders engagement, we talk about the whole of society approach. And this is a discussion of how do we really realize some of those really big aspirations into actions. We'll be talking about unpacking the emerging regulatory frameworks across Asia that promote gender equality, incorporate actions. And we will also explore inclusive stakeholders' engagement processes and challenges. So before further ado, let me get the fire chat started. I'd like to invite Alexandra Mutega from Gender and Climate Change Expert from UNEP. She's going to be moderating this session. And together with Ms. Baigalma Surka, who is the Senior Advisor from the Mongolian Women's Association of Mining Resources. So Alex, you have the floor, and I think you have, I'm going to keep a time check. So the floor is yours, please. It's not working. Be a bit louder. I am loud without the mic. You have to try harder. No, it's not. Try.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much,
It works, yeah.
Mrila Nini. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alexandra Mutungi. As she mentioned, I'm a gender climate change expert, Women Association of Mineral Sector. And if you're privileged enough to get her card, you will find already some very interesting insights on the work that she's doing, which we're going to be discussing today on the nexus between gender and the mining or extractives industry. So to start with our first questions, I wanted to first to get an understanding of the importance of integrating gender assessments within the extractive sector.
Thank you very much, and hello, everybody. Thank you very much, hello, everybody, and thanks having me here today in this conference room. And so answer your question, gender assessment is very important and very crucial. We could say as a mining practitioner, I used to work in Rio to manage the Itogo gold and copper mining, and also the Mongolian Mining Corporation coking coal mining. I managed the whole site from greenfield to brownfield. So within this context, we were very fortunate to get adopting international financial institutions, environmental and social performance standards, International Finance Corporation and EBRD. So within this context, we conducted environmental social impact assessment. Along with that, within the social aspects, we really focused on the gender assessments. Actually, this is the actually facilitates the integration of the gender perspectives throughout the life cycle of the mining. From exploration, even I could say a closure. Usually they could say closure. I usually say the post-closure monitoring. Within this span of the mining, usually the stakeholders involved are different. So that's why when we start talk about the gender assessment, whom we should consider, stakeholders are very broad stakeholders. So that's why it's important to do that. Within this context, I could say assessment itself includes start with the understanding. What does it mean, like our impact in terms of the gender? dimensions, and also how we're going to address our impacts or corporations' impacts and risks. And also another point after that, how we are going to create diverse, equitable, and inclusive working and partnership environment to actually provide open access to our internal stakeholders and our external stakeholders to freely express their opinions and multiple views and consider these to our business model. That's really important. Another piece, of course, we usually talk about the meaningful stakeholder engagements and meaningful consultations. That's really important aspects of the mining operations, because local communities are our closest, forever our partner, whole life, our life cycle of our existence. And we usually think about when you come into the local communities, we intervene in their ecosystem. And the assessment itself for us to understand what does it mean, this ecosystem? What will be our positive or negative impacts to address future operations? That's the important piece. Yeah, that's why very important, the gender assessment.
Yeah, thank you so much for setting the tone. And indeed, with these initiatives, it is in order to apply a human rights-based approach, we need to look at it from the people-centered focus. And you mentioned, not only doing environmental impact assessments, but also having the social assessments as a key component of the planning. But sometimes the challenge is we have identified the risks, but operationalizing the solutions is a challenge for corporations. So what are the examples of some challenges that corporations face in this space, and how can they meaningfully engage communities? You've already highlighted some elements, but please expound.
That's really an interesting question. We faced few challenges. Actually, the third party used to do the assessments, conduct assessment, environmental and social impact assessment, accordingly to manage the impacts or risks. The company obliged to develop operation management plans, like subjective-wise, like each subjects, for example, land acquisition, resettlement action plans, etc. I could just highlight, or biodiversity management action plan, or something like that. So I could highlight the most challenge was in terms of the land acquisition and the resettlement action plan. Is I mentioned, the two minings, one of the 100% owned by national business, the another one is European managed. So within this context, challenge was we start to engage in the local communities, identifying the affected area or impact area, and we seek the national regulatory framework. But in terms of the land law, there was a big gap in terms of the private business engagement, the person or local communities. There was no, I could say, zero regulations there. So that's why there's very strong provisions how to manage if the government-owned project acquire good land from the local communities. That are very strong system in place, like regulatory. But in terms of the private sector, there is no, just zero. So within this context, we start engaging the local communities. The problem was like we agreed on the resettlement, setting up the agreement, land acquisition agreements or resettlement agreements. There was a really challenging that we start engaging the heads of the herding livestock, the herding family head, which is man, and then agreeing on the entitlements, etc., and compensations, and signed off the agreements. After that, we discovered that we were missing agreements of the woman or wife and children, other family members, which is not really clearly indicated in our regulation, but also that there was a IFC, environmental and social like PS. So even the PS indigenous people's standard not apply to Mongolian herders, but somehow we start using that standard in our area. And within this context, unfortunately, our herders went down to the IFC office in Washington, World Bank, and lodged the complaint in terms of their settlement. And actually, we got went through the mediation process. Now everything settled up, and we provided paid lawyer, independent lawyer, to provide advice, legal advice to the negotiator, like to in same terms negotiate and with the company. We have the big lawyer department, but the herders they don't have. So that's why education of the local herders was very important, and also that empowerment of the women and girls was very important. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I think what you're saying is like the grievance, to avoid the grievance, we need to have proactive measures. And part of that is within the due diligence processes. So what do corporations need to integrate in that? Like what are some of the metrics that they need to ensure they capture the social and human rights aspect within the due diligence processes that they take on?
Yeah, due diligence, when you talk about the due diligence, at this point in time, we have really good practice in place in terms of the business and human rights, and the Mongolian government actually adopted a national action plan in 2023, and chapter 3 really designated to the private sector, including the mining companies, which is really that advise the mining company conduct human rights due diligence. But on the other hand, we have very strong, I actually could say, like promoting law on promoting gender equality being passed in 2011, and our extractive industry, they have their own policy on gender action plan. 2019-2026, which is very good, but in action or implementation wise, it's not really going well. We could say it's like the regulations in place, policies in place, but action wise, like result wise, a little bit shaky, so challenging. So that's why the company start setting our own internal due diligence process, but this is beyond the law compliance. So, which is one of this, I could say, like business, HR, business and human rights due diligence. And most company, actually, our Women in Mining Association conducted with European Union funded project, business human rights due diligence, state-owned, coal mining. And within this context, actually, it was very interesting. We were thinking that our assumption was like state-owned companies, maybe their business model different, so that's why maybe they are more responsible. But in reality, there was like challenges same as the private sector mining company. But in terms of the women empowerment and gender equality, there was like less. You could manage it, or paying less attention to the gender empowerment. After our conducting due diligences, is a result of that. For example, I could say very good outcome. They set up the mom and children's room for the employees, not only the female and also male employees. And another good thing was, I could say, maybe this is the next topic, but yeah.
I see we only have no time, or we have one more?
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah, so maybe actually that's a good segue into the next question, where we wanted to understand some of the success stories from your initiative, your work with the WAMs. Yes.
Yeah, so actually the another thing is the gold mining. Our project is underground mining. Underground mining is in Mongolia just, we previously used to do a little underground, but the safety and labor standards was not really I could say it was a lot of restrictions on women. So the regenta started engaging the local and national government, improving the safety and labor standards, working underground for the women. So at this point in time, Oiltalgas got the women mining rescuer working underground, geotechnical engineers, mining engineers, and the operators as well. So they are all young girls, aged between like 25, 30. And there was, of course, we cannot imagine my time. I'm like person like millennium, and so that's why I haven't got such opportunity to work on underground, but this girls got the opportunity. And Oitoko got Oitoko now managed by the woman CEO, and she's set a very ambitious target by 2030. Gender parity is like 50%, 50 by 2030. It seems like not achievable, but they said at this point in time they have 23.5% gender ratio, and so that's really interesting. And I didn't answer all the KPIs. So this is the gender ratio of the board level and management level, and also we emphasize including the KPIs of the performance KPIs with the management in terms of the local committee consultations, how they consider gender presence in decision-making level of the local committees. That's the KPIs as well. And the last, I think not least, example of the European why it's really important to multinationals coming to the developing countries. There was a lot of talk about challenges like multinationals come in and positive, negative impacts. But in my thinking, that in terms of the setting up the good best practice standards in developing countries, European set up a really good practice in Mongolia. In terms of the gender equality and human rights as well. And within that context, I could say just example, by the labor law, the company obliged to provide maternity leave, paid leave to all the mom, but the European got the parental leave, paid leave. So actually, I identified that some companies, not only the mining companies, but some companies in mining supply chain start adopting this initiative. Just a few months ago, I was fortunate contacting due diligence, ADP due diligence, one of the local dairy production company. They just adopted parental leave practice up to 3 months to the parent. Which is a really great outcome. Yeah.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And there's so much that it seems that your organization is doing. And unfortunately, we've run out of time.
Yes, it's okay.
But really amazing insights. Please give a round of applause for her. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Ms. Baigalma. And I hope please do stay also, because thank you so much. And I think what we really wanted to do was like start from some of those examples and work that is going around with some really key examples, and happy to also hear the example from Mongolia. So if you do have questions, there's going to be a question and answer session at the end. So please do bear with us until the session for any questions. Now, as we get the session started, I'm going to invite our panelists to come on the panel stage here. So the first I'd like to call Natasha Garcha. She's the Senior Director of Innovation Finance and Gender Lens Investing from Impact Investment Exchange. She has been instrumental in mobilizing innovative finance to empower women, notably through the pioneering Orange Movement, which focuses on gender equality, sustainable peace, and climate security. The other one, I'm really also happy that we have the space for youth, the aspiring future generations, to also take the space and share her perspectives and recommendations for the session. That is Nan Swan Hong An. We know her as Ang. She's a member of UNICEF East Asian Pacific Regional Office's Young People's Action Team. So she also has been growing up in Vietnam and witnessed environmental degradation firsthand, from polluted air to the 2008 floods. Her experience includes policy advocacy and youth engagement in Eurocharm Vietnam and YNET Vietnam, contributing to sustainable finance policies and climate resilience. Next but not the last, I would like to, we are gender balanced. So we also have Jyoti Raj Patra, who is a regional representative for Asia for Samawi. So Raj is a regional rep Asia for Samawi, which works on cross-cutting issues of gender, water, and climate in Asia and Africa. Raj's expertise is in the field of water resources management and climate adaptation, with a special focus on gender equality and youth leadership. So you see, it's not only women who are gender champions, we have Raj as a gender champion. So also saying that when we're talking about women's rights and gender equality, we also really need to ensure that there are people who are working on addressing and highlighting gender equality and women's empowerment. It's not only that we should be only looking at, as women leaders, we do have some young women, we have men advocating for gender equality. So thank you so much for getting on the panel. But before we start, we wanted to actually also have a sense of who's in the room and to understand your views a little bit. So we have a short Mentimeter. Okay, so we have a Mentimeter code here, and by the time you're going to check that, I'm going to take my space in the podium. All right, perfect. So do let me give a hands up if people need a bit more time, but if you have access to the Mentimeter. Do raise your hands so I can take this out. Very few hands. Yes, please, let's be a bit more interactive. Have you all been able to get the QR code? Yes? Okay, perfect. So now I need to get that. I don't know how this is going to work. So one of the questions that will come up for you, can we screen the Mentimeter? Oh, perfect here. Ooh, people are very active. So what does gender responsive mean to you? Ooh, I like these word clouds. Transformation, gender equality, good to be here. Thank you for being here. Rights, actions, justice. Okay, we're going to be a minute so we can go to the next one. Oh, cool. Fantastic. Okay, all right. So it's equality, equity that keeps coming up, justice, opportunity, balance, leveling the playing field. Perfect, that's great. So with this one, could we go to the, so I'm really happy to see this, and we will. So one of the things that this panel hopes to do is kind of responding to those aspirations from this session. So one thing going that we got more than 60 responses, now here is your next action. So what practical steps can you take to ensure your sustainability strategies are gender responsive? It could be something that you're working on. It could be something that you vision to be working on. So please, like, no biases here. So here I only see very few responses. I really hope in this one I get 60 responses plus 2. Okay. Great. Learning, engagement, data, which are very important, consultation, research, finance, knowledge, sexual and reproductive health rights, communication, leadership. Great. This is great. Okay, that's a really good start. So we'll give maybe a second to do that. Education, listening, fantastic. So we can maybe go to the other one. So having understood that these are some of the actions that you're talking about, and we sometimes also really don't acknowledge that we do have challenges at times too, and we should really also address these challenges. You know, when we look at projects, we always look at the good practices, right? We never talk about what failed, what didn't work, what are the challenges. So we also wanted to take the space to say that, you know, there are sometimes challenges. Gender equality, as it may seem, may not always be an easy step to take, whether it's in a project. You can also understand in national policies, a lot of them are not gender so-called affirmative in their policies. So of course, cultures, trust, leadership, okay, data scarcity, we talk about data again, avoiding tough conversations, stereotypes. Okay, this is also, I see there are more challenges than the previous one. All right, thank you so much. Finance comes again. Okay, I think some of the women, I can see which ones are from women who have writing comments here on lack of respect, culture, patriarchy, misunderstandings. So I mean, I may be pretty wrong, but some of the things will also kind of give you a highlight of maybe who made you inputting these terms. But thank you so very much. So this was also to bring all of us together in this room. We are in a panel, you know, we have 3 people here, but it's also to say that you all are part of the discussion, and we wanted to make this enriching, to be able to say that you all have things for us to come and contribute towards. So we are having this panel, but hopefully it's going to get more enriched. So thank you so very much. Now, building upon those things, this session is really very, hopefully, going to be also insightful, because it will touch upon some of those aspirations that you all talked about. Before I get the panel started, I'm going to actually take a minute to also share something that I really also am in this panel, to see how we can also link up and look at, as the title talks about, climate and nature. Understanding that they are both interdependent with to each other. So, you know, we talked about others' resources, or the people or the women's access to participation. So without further ado, also saying that how can we really make the issue of human rights and gender equality, because as you all know, human rights is not even a 5-year plan, it's older than 70 years. And so is women's rights, right? Like you have CEDAW, you have the Beijing Action Plan. It's been 30 years. So this is a discussion to also for us to identify what is lacking and what could possibly be done when we are talking about enhancing human rights in this, especially in this discussion for climate and biodiversity. So first, I'm going to go to our youth. Thank you so much for being here. So I want to ask you first, is that you're a gender champion, you're a youth champion, right? So how do you, in your perspective, envision the role of gender responsive policies, and particularly in the context of your experience? So could you just share your experience and also growing up in Vietnam and in witnessing environmental degradation and the role of youth and women?
Of course, thank you so much for the question. So, well, to open up, I envision them very vividly and very necessarily. Growing up in Vietnam, climate change was never an abstract concept or a faraway just thing or news. It was the background noise of my childhood, where my dad always left the TV on, and certain words have even become ingrained in my memory, such as bão lũ, typhoons, Đồng bằng sông Cửu Long, Mekong Delta, or even missing persons. Every year, entire villages disappear underwater, and I think even now when I'm talking or describing these events to you, it seemed quite far away. I mean, we're still here. There are no floods here. Until 2008, I felt the same thing. That year, the flood didn't only hit the central region, they hit Hanoi, the capital, one of the most developed cities in the country. The city was paralyzed and 18 people lost their lives. What I remember most vividly was my mom wading or trekking through the water to get from work to home. At 6-year-old, I remember asking her, "Mom, where's Dad? Why are you the one trekking through the water?" "Well, he's at work." "Weren't you at work too?" And she said with the most common sense ever, yes, but I'm a mom. I didn't understand what that really meant, but as I grew older, I started noticing things. Both my parents worked full time, but it was always mom who took the time off to take care of me when I was sick. It was mom who cooked dinner, who cleaned up after the children, attended parents teachers meeting even though I got scolded afterwards, and somehow still managed to do her paid work on top of it. And this is not just about my mom. I think some women here can relate. This is about all women and girls. Society has put a triple burden on women, not just paid labor, but the unpaid housework, childcare, and community care. This burden extends to the very foundation of climate resilience. In the Mekong Delta, women are the backbone of agriculture. When climate disasters destroy crops, men are the ones who migrate to cities for work. Women are left behind to hold families, farms, and community together without financial access, land rights, or a voice in climate finance. For young girls, this problem extends to dropping out of school to take on the caregiving and farm work, cutting short of their education and ultimately our future. Can you please explain this gap on your CV? The burden of climate change is about rising temperatures, yes, but it is trapping generations of girls and women in the same cycle of vulnerability and poverty. So when you guys talk about climate actions and sustainability goals, who are you actually including in? Who benefits and who is left behind? A gender responsive approach isn't just about fairness, it's about survival. And I envision that gender responsive policies by us make our society more resilient for both adaptation and mitigation for us. And when we design policies that recognize and address real vulnerabilities, we create stronger, more prepared, and more equitable communities that leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Ang. And I think it's really very important to have you on the stage. No, I don't know how old you are, but I'm at least 2 generations older than her. And it is really very sad that when I was being in this discussion and we're talking about the importance of youth and how it's really important, it's the role of contribution of women, not only in unpaid care work, but also looking at agents of change, not as vulnerable populations, but as agents of change, not only in climate adaptation but also biodiversity conservation, talk about natural resource management. And so many years down the line, I have a youth who's actually talking about the same challenges that exist. And I don't know what we can really do, because it's something that we really need to bridge the gap by saying that we need transformative change, we need whole of society approach, gender equality. I think we really need to really step up. Now, having said that, Natasha, I want to kind of get to you, because you are also working on this, the Orange movement and what it really means for you. So looking at these persistent issues that keep coming up, we keep talking about it. Could you just share how does your work or your experience work around gender lens, especially in investment, because we saw a lot of work as identified as a solution, but the problem is finance. So please, floor is yours.
Finance should be breaking these barriers down instead of creating them. And I come from a Wall Street background, so I'm very aware of the walls it puts up. And I think what I liked about what you just said in terms of women being close to the issue, let's take a step back for a second and let me give you an example. There are 2 gods of war in Greek mythology. There's Ares and Athena. They both win. One wins with violence and bloodshed, and one wins with strategic insights. It's women actually have this incredible Athenian edge, as I like to call it. It's because we are disproportionately impacted by climate change. It's because we spend 250 million hours a day collecting water that we understand when things dry up. It's because we grow 70% of the food we've all eaten, including the lovely chocolate fudge. It's because we've grown the food that we understand how adaptation needs to work. And it's because we are the primary household decision makers, as your mom was, and as many of us end up being, that we understand how to make energy decisions. So we are not victims here. We are the solutions. And I think what finance needs to do is to reframe that. We need to start recognizing, because we have these lived experiences and these unique insights, that we are very, very well positioned to solve issues, including climate change. We are not going to achieve a transition, or certainly not a just transition, if we leave half of the world out. That half of the world that is closer to the problems and understands the solution. And that's my way of embodying what Orange movement stands for. Orange is the color of SDG 5, focused on gender equality. And the movement really is committed to saying, how do we make sure we are mobilizing capital to address the funding gap for gender equality? And we've framed it very much as this cross-cutting asset class. And what do I mean by that? We are not siloing this into women's and gender equality is a social issue that we need to solve. We are saying, look, all the other asset classes need to recognize that to achieve any form of sustainable development, we need to have a more inclusive approach. We need to ensure that we have women in green bonds. We have women which address climate change. We need to make sure that peace and security is including women. And I think most of the world's wars will be fought due to climate change. So there's a very strong correlation there. And we need to make sure through the Orange movement that we are giving women at the last mile the voices to decide how the investments flow. And I'm very happy to get more into details on how we do that. IX, the company I work for, issued the world's first gender equality bond listed on a stock exchange. And I think we were very proud to be part of the Orange movement along with many, many allies. And I think what I also want us to all take away from this is not about demonizing one sector versus another. Governments, corporates, and civil society need to come together with greater urgency than ever before if we're going to actually achieve a climate transition with women as part of the solution.
Yeah, thanks a lot for also like bringing in that perspective, no? Because I think that's the other thing they're talking about. It's not a different issue, but how do we really look at gender equality, women's empowerment as an integrated issue? You know, because it's an example of like talking about the SDGs. You tend to like only look at gender equality because it's target 5. Right, but what about when you're talking about life on land or in the oceans? You have to integrate the other goals and targets within the frame of how does ocean respond to women, and where do forests relate to women, where does agriculture relate to women, and where does education relate to women, land rights looking to women. And I think that's where you're talking about is how do you really frame it? Because sometimes people get worried, right? Gender equality is a mainstreaming and let's keep it that way. You know, let's keep it in numbers and we are fine with it. But we really need to have more concrete, like you talked about, of how we integrate that. Now I'm going to talk to Raj. So we are looking at, you know, some of the lived realities that Ang talked about, and what you're talking about financing is trying to do. But I'm guessing there's also challenges because finance institutions do maybe a bit wary when you talk about gender equality and having around that. Now from and I think I'm going to talk about the water because somehow water seems to be flowing very commonly here. Your own work, right? So you work also in some of the countries in Asia, Nepal, Bangladesh, and others. So with your work and also as a personal experience and also your work with the organization, could you share some of your reflections on the gender equality metrics in your work in some of the projects that you've been doing?
Yeah, thank you, Mrinalini. And I think I will start with what Natasha just talked about in terms of the differential kind of vulnerability for women. And I think that is the kind of the entry point when we talk about gender metrics in the programming that we do. In Simabi and other organizations I have worked, one of the key entry points when it comes to gender metrics is the gender equality and social inclusion, JC in short, metrics that we do as part of the assessment. And when it comes to JC, that is gender equality and social inclusion, the important thing to understand is the heterogeneity within the community. Most of the time when it comes to gender equality, the tendency is to always talk about women. But I think one of the things that also get reflected in the answers is it's women and men, boys and girls together. So I think that is very important when it is required to look at the gender metrics. The JC approach that we have been adopting in many of the programs tell us the heterogeneity in the community, but most importantly, some of the underlying drivers to vulnerability. And I think that is very important when we're talking about any kind of climate adaptation or mitigation approaches, just to ensure that we avoid elite capture in the community and also do not reinforce the existing inequalities or drivers of inequalities in the society. Now, having said that, how do we use that JC assessment in programming, and how could that be linked to kind of corporate sustainability, which is the theme of this conference? In my opinion, there are three areas how this whole idea of JC and its use in the corporate sustainability could be linked. One is definitely understanding the risk, and this is what you asked in terms of the environmental hazards, because risk is kind of an outcome of the interaction between the hazard, the vulnerability, and also the exposure in the community. And JC as an instrument helps us to look at some of those underlying social and economic vulnerability in the community. And then you identify the areas of interventions to support reducing those inequalities. The second one is around kind of avoiding any kind of mistrust, and I think this is also something that reflected in the poll that we had earlier, in terms of ensuring the trust between the community and the corporate and the civil society. Because most of the time, if you see the way projects are designed and implemented, they tend to be very much project focused. And this is a learning we have from many projects that have been implemented. How do you ensure sustainability? And to do that, whenever you have these JC kind of assessments that help us to look at more system level perspective. And I think that is something that we have been working on in our projects in Nepal and Bangladesh, to look at JC to identify what are the system level interventions that we could do, not just very project focused or ad hoc approaches to gender equality and social inclusion. And the third thing I think important for us to understand is JC also offers unique opportunity for businesses. If you have JC informed business sustainability strategies, that could also help us in terms of reducing any kind of operational risks and build resilience, because you have a whole complete picture of the risk context in which your business is located, and thereby you look at reducing some of those social and environmental and political risks associated in that context. So JC is, as an instrument or the tool, is not just about looking at gender equality and social inclusion, but it also makes a lot of business sense to have these kind of JC informed sustainability strategies. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. And I think this is also a very relevant discussion, because I think sometimes when we're talking about quantifying impacts, we always see the numbers, right? So I think it's very important that when you are talking about the impacts, they should not only be in numbers saying that, okay, this is how many projects we are doing and this is how many key people we have investment in finding green jobs. But also when you're talking about the climate and biodiversity, I think one key element also happens is what are the other impacts? It could be the social impact, the cultural impacts. And you talked about Jesse. I want to ask some people here, because we are a very mixed crowd, it's got nothing to do with anything, it's just to see whether we can do a follow-up. How many are you actually familiar with the concept of the term Jesse? How many people know Jesse? 4. Okay, this is just to kind of, I just want to share this because Raj talked about, and I think it's unfortunately sometimes very limited to social workers. Jesse is gender equality and social inclusion. It was a tool that a lot of the civil society and agencies use to assess their projects. So when he talks about the Jesse, basically the concept of Jesse is that what it really does is that it looks at the intersectionality of gender. It's looking at not only men and women, but young women, children. It's talking about people with disabilities, indigenous peoples. And then what it really tries to do, the qualitative and quantitative part of that, is that where the projects are actually looking at these impacts, not only in numbers, but having the cultural context and stuff. So I just wanted to kind of built in because he said to use it and what it really means. So it is beyond going just your tick marks, but rather saying that when you're looking at this holistic approach, and that is what a human rights-based approach is, where you're not only doing it for a check mark, but rather taking in all those important tick marks. So coming back to you, right? You talked about your experience and where this is really coming from and the importance of gender into your work and the inspiration, but I also want to know about your work, right? Because you are also a young advocate and really pushing for that. And I bet it must be quite challenging as a young person also in your country. So could you also share a little bit about the work that you've been doing in Vietnam?
Yes, of course, I'd love to. So there are two significant projects that solidify my belief in one truth. Real change doesn't just come from the top down, it also has to come from the ground up. A just transition means that those most vulnerable to climate change, including women and girls, aren't just protected, but are empowered as key players to shaping these solutions. One was the paper on adaptation finance for agriculture at the European Chamber of Commerce Vietnam to enable better execution of the Europe-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement. And the other one was my work with the Youth Climate Action Network Vietnam, where I helped integrate gender perspective into the youth statement that later presented off COP Baku, relevance to the previous session. And from these experiences, there are three main lessons that I would like to address. The first one is gender is everywhere, even when it's invisible. While working on the adaptation finance on agriculture, especially on financial mechanisms for Vietnamese farmers, I analyzed policies and saw that IOs have attempted to integrate gender considerations into sustainability projects like the Jessie Index. But gender barriers show up where you least expect them. For example, after extreme weathers, financially struggling families prioritize boys' education over girls, as I said or I answered in the previous questions, and young girls are pushed into informal agricultural labor. Even for me, this is a short story time, but I remember I was a secondary school girl in 7th grade. I went onto the taxi and I started having a small conversation with the driver who did not know me at all. I remember telling him about my dreams, about my aspirations to change policy or to make the world a better place. The one sentence that he talked to me was, "Why don't you just get married to a rich man and stay at home?" And I was so taken by surprise that I froze until the end of the taxi ride. I was 12 years old. And this creates a cycle of economic dependence for women and girls, locking them out of green finance opportunities before we even start. And unfortunately, this also reflects sustainability-related policies. They still assume that everyone has equal access to funding, land, and decision-making power. But in reality, structural barriers, or I'd like to call them, I prefer the term structural violence, prevent us from entering the system. Inequalities between women and men aren't standalone issues. They're in everything, everywhere, all at once. The second one is girls feel safe in youth spaces, but why do we disappear from leadership? This brings me to my work at Youth Climate Action Network Vietnam, which, like UNICEF's Young People's Action Team, connects people to young climate action. Was a very inspiring experience. At the local conference of youth, I integrated the gender perspective, and then later presented to the policymakers. And at the conference, out of 500 participants, the majority were young girls. I was stoked. I was up in the cloud. The room was filled with passionate girls delegates that are eager to shape climate policies. But then my content team lead suggested an observation. There are more girls than boys. Well, wasn't that a good thing? No. I started to ask myself, why do girls feel safe in these youth spaces, but not in leadership? Where do we go when we grow older? And why in spaces filled with decision makers are the numbers so different? Where will I find myself just a few years later when I am no longer youth? Not to be as a token anymore. Here's the reality. Women make up of only 17% of board members, 12% of board chairs, and only 9% of CEOs, even though we're half of the world's population. So what happens between youth leadership and executive leadership? Why do girls who are so eager to shape the future disappear from the very rooms that these decision-making processes are being made. The truth is, it's not just about gender, it's about power, authority, and opportunity. We don't lack ambition, we lack pathways. We don't lack talent, we lack sponsorship. We don't lack trust, we don't lack ideas, but we lack trust. So I ask you, who is responsible for these pathways? Who is responsible for ensuring these young women don't just speak at the table, but also shape the decision that define everyone's future? And if we don't change this now, when will we? That led to the next, or the final most important lesson that my fellow panelists have addressed earlier, and that gender advocacy should not be a fight for only girls and women. If we want to change gender norms, we need both women and men at the table. Gender advocacy is too often framed as a women's fight, but in reality, gender equality benefits everyone. Without men and boys as allies, we risk reinforcing the same system that we are attempting to change, which is why I strongly believe in gender inclusive advocacy, because at the end of the day, gender equality is not about taking the space away from men and boys. It has never been about that. It's about making space for everyone, and we need to build a system that reflects that, because any and all policies that don't include women and girls are simply ineffective. Thank you.
Thanks, Ang. Thank you so much. And I think just echoing what you're talking about, right? And I think it really gives us food for thought. Is when we talk about participation, is it's very easy word, and we talk about it all the time. But believe me, it's one of the most difficult indicator to do, because it could be sometimes just like the age, right? The sex, who has the opportunity, language. We talk about culture, you can't just pick up an indigenous girl from a community says, you get to speak at the UN. You need to convince the community. So it's got a lot, and I want people to really think about it, because sometimes I see this, a lot of easy words sometimes I think. And what really is important is that what Ang talked about and all the others also, is to be able to even ensure getting those spaces. We really need to make sure that the enabling conditions are right for that to happen. And I think, just responding to what you were talking about, is that sometimes we have these systemic barriers, right? Like, how do we really, so sometimes you may have a project policy or something saying, okay, we have this. But sometimes when you're talking about it, the national, or forget about the national, but also local level, it takes a lot to mobilize just a simple thing like participation. And what you talked about, and this is where we talk about is the importance of having this issue integrated into all the discussion, gender equality, is because according to the, building upon what you talked about, under the World Economic Forum, I mean, it's like 200 years. We're 200 years back to make sure that the rights of women are an equal part to men also, men and boys, right? Now, looking at that social process, I want to ask you, Natasha, because coming from the banking and finance aspect where numbers are very important, you need to have convincing partners and organizations, companies that is on value, on number. And both the panelists talked about the social. So in the work that you've been doing, in the project that you've been working on, how do you convey that social dimension? And are there, or is a challenge for people to come on board? Because, yeah, it's just your experience.
No, that's a great question. I think, look, there's two things that we need to do. The first is we need to be more data driven, and the second is we need to be more collaborative. In terms of being data driven, the data is there. If you look at the correlation between countries that are more gender equal, they tend to be more climate resilient. And I'm not throwing this out there to hypothetically. I've literally run the regression analysis yesterday. Very, very data geeky that way. If you're interested, come and see me later. I ran it for the ND Gain Climate Adaptation Index with the UN's Gender Inequality Index, and there's a extremely strong correlation. You will see countries like Sweden and Singapore. So it does not matter where you are. Don't tell me because someone is a tropical country, they're getting worse affected. No, countries that are more gender equal, regardless of democracy, wealth, and latitude, are more climate resilient if they have higher levels of gender equality. Companies which have a 1% increase in managers who are women, again, not replacing the men, just making them equal, you see a 0.5% reduction in emissions, which is huge. And finally, I think one of the most powerful ways we can bring all of this together, all of this data, is, as I said, to be collaborative. I want to also highlight, since we're sitting here in the UN, the leadership of groups like UN Women. So UN Women has the women empowerment principles that many, many corporates are following. And we are actively working with them through the Orange Movement to see how do we make sure that when these corporates are mobilizing capital, when they're raising bonds, raising capital, how do they think about how those proceeds will be used? Will they integrate gender into their leadership? Will they integrate gender so that they can make these greener decisions? But will they integrate it into their supply chains? Does that make the supply chain more climate resilient? Is that a lower reduction of their risk profile and therefore a better stabilizing of their returns? That's the kind of ways we need to bring these data points together so that when they go out into the market, there's a very, very clear correlation of risk, return, and gender-related impact. The problem that I've seen, having come from banking and then come from the pure development space and now trying to put it together in sustainable finances, we always think about these things in silos. There's the risk team, there's the team that focuses on returns and runs financial models and structures, and then there's an impact team. If we don't talk to each other, we won't see the very, very strong synergies. There is no need for gender to compete with financial priorities. If anything, it will strengthen them. The bonds that we've listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange, and we've listed 6 of these gender bonds and orange bonds, have never had any defaults to our senior bondholders, who are all private sectors, many of them corporates. We've had super funds buy them. We've had folks like MetLife and PayPal buy them. I think that is the kind of argument that we want to be able to make. That very, very clear correlation is there at the sovereign level and at the corporate level.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. It really helps because sometimes you really see the disconnects, right? And then you start discussing it, and then you really see this really integral correlation between all of this. And I think that is the discussion today: is how do we really bring it together without losing the essence from one to the other? Like you talked about, it's not a competition. Isn't how do we really get these resources together for us to have this, also making sure that the practices of businesses are inclusive for also women, young women, but also having these incentives. Now, Raj, about with you, right? Because you are also very grounded in local realities and the amazing work that you've been doing. And then you have finance, right? Sometimes there's also this disconnect. Say, for example, like you have these bonds and you are working on natural resources management. It's the access part of that, right? You have these, and from your experience, a lot of women who are supposed to be, or they are studies that they are working on the lived realities of management of natural resources. So in your experience, this is with the water, but how do you really see, what do you think is needed for recognizing those roles and responsibilities of women who are actually on the ground and contributing? What are some key elements you think we all should be reflecting on?
Yeah, thanks. I think there are a couple of things that needs to be recognized and practiced when it comes to women leadership. First and foremost is this whole acceptance. I think quite often it is challenging if you look at the communities where we work. As I said in my previous response, quite often we tend to focus too much on project interventions. But if you have a systematic approach to the women leadership in the community, in that case, you will be able to support them in a very long-term basis. And I think that acceptance is very important from the perspective of nurturing and supporting this women leadership in a long-term basis. And for that to happen, we need to have a very clear understanding in terms of the structural barriers, the norms and things like that around gender inequality in the community that we work. The second important thing is to look at these spaces which Anne was referring to in terms of the spaces to further nurture this women leadership at a higher level. It's not just about women participating in few meetings at the community when it comes to, let's say, a spring shed management program, one example from Nepal where we are currently working. But it is all about looking at the kind of spaces available to link those through very high level political kind of frameworks around, for example, climate adaptation, which talks about locally led adaptation, which talks about women leadership. Specifically, if you look at the UNFCCC commitments in terms of the gender action plan, GAP kind of work. So those are the areas where I think there is need to get this leadership embedded. And this is very important given the fact that women leadership often gets confined to the local level. And when it comes to representation at the higher level, places are taken up by men who are more powerful than women in many cases. The third thing to understand is to kind of showcase this women leadership. And this is something that you were referring to initially in terms of supporting these women to be part of these political discussions. That is very important in my opinion. And you were referring to the data in terms of, I can't remember those data, but political representation, women in parliament and some of those things. And that's changing, in my opinion, in the Asian context, where you see a lot of women leaders in the corporates, women getting into politics, women getting into public policy leadership roles. So I think this is definitely a kind of a positive trend, I would say. And as a society, as a community, I think we need to support and promote more of these women leaders at the political decision-making space. And I think that is how we can further strengthen more women leaders when it comes to real action on the ground.
Thanks, Raj. I think we'll have a few minutes for discussions. It's really engaging, but maybe a small question response, which is not the sheets. This is really enriching, at least for me also. And I think the discussion that you're putting on forward, I see there is a lot of, you talked about the UNFCCC, right? I'll mention the UNCBD. Who knows the UNCCC? How many people of you are aware of the UNCCC, if I'm going to put that acronym? Okay, very few. UNFCCC, the Climate COP, people don't know about the Climate COP? Okay, all right, few. How many of you know the CBD? Okay, CBD. How many of you know the UNCCD? Okay, it's kind of going number. So no, what I'm saying is that we are using these terminology, and I just want to kind of share, right? Like the climate, UNFCCC is the United Nations basically just a meeting on climate change. The UNCBD is basically another Rio Convention, which literally talks about biodiversity. And the UNCCD, which is a convention on land. And these are the three Rio Conventions that are supposed to be supporting the implementation of the Vision of 92 on Agenda 21 on Sustainable Development. And why I was sharing this is because both Ang and Raj shared about the, just to kind of familiarize, they mentioned something which is very crucial for this meeting is the Gender Action Plan, right? So the convention at the policy level, the climate, biodiversity, and actually the land, we're not discussing it right now, do have their gender plans. So this is where maybe do Google it up. Is when you're talking, and they have certain guidelines or certain actions that may help for us to also see how our work at the national level is going to be on gender responsive, because that is the part of the gender action plan for the climate, to understand how the climate action may be gender responsive. The CBD gender plan of action does the same, how to implement the 23 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the gender action plan for the Land Convention. Why I'm sharing this is that I think, I don't know, I see a bit of a disconnect, right? Because you're talking about how, we're talking about the lived experiences. You're talking about the policy, But I think what is really needed, and I think is always a challenge, is the national work, where you're talking about how can we strengthen the national laws and policies that will really aspire, that's the reason of mentioning these Rio Conventions, of aspiring those international commitments on gender equality, and then how do you really transform them to actually address the lived experiences of the people at the local level. So at the national level is what seems to be missing, right? Like I don't even talk about political will or something. So just a question for you that, and of course I'm talking about the bonds and that you have. Again, it's a bit away from the national, right? So you have that recognition. So from your experiences, what would also be required at the national level as a youth, because that's where the change needs to happen, right? If you don't have that, that mechanism shifts. So as your experience, sorry to keep you on the spot, what do you think would you really require at least national level for you to see that, your state's governments adhere to those international commitments you talked about, and versus making that space for the young people?
Yes, of course, no worries. I love being on the spot. But I think initiatives similar to, well, I'm here representing UNICEF Young People's Action Team for the East Asia and Pacific region. And I think initiatives like this, I hope you guys do get to hear the brilliance and the wisdom that comes straight from the hearts of young people, no matter where we come from. And because of YPAT, a regional initiative, I know that real change doesn't happen when we are simply heard, and I hope I'm being heard. It happens when we are trusted to lead, whether internationally or nationally. And leadership for national initiatives as well is not about having a platform, but it's about making sure policies reflect the realities of the people that they serve. For example, Vietnam, we have the National Adaptation Plan. And I remember reflecting on it because when I was researching, I thought it was integrated into our national policies, but it turns out a plan is just a plan. And I think a plan remains a plan until they're being delivered, they're being acted upon, and until they are referenced through, let's say, adaptive governance. But these plans are made by the people at the top and not from the ground up yet. So when reading through not only the National Adaptation Plan of Vietnam, but also the Gender Adaptation Plan, I do recognize the lack of local gender dynamics or the voices of young women, including the indigenous young women. And to address that, there are four clear strategies that I would like to propose as a youth and a young woman. I think corporates and national governments need to move beyond diversity pledges. Don't make gender action plans if you don't have clear implementation method for them to be a national or a gender adaptation policy. Put young women in decision-making roles. How many corporates or government are actually making space for young women in sustainability governance? Businesses and governments need to make sure that women aren't only included, but are also leading in climate decision-making roles, which thank you for doing. And leadership and funding must reach beyond urban centers. Right now, the leadership pipelines prioritize those in cities, and even for government as well, they tend to leave or neglect rural and indigenous young women behind. Government needs to invest localized training for young women in rural and indigenous communities to equip them with green skills and pathway to green entrepreneurship. The third point is address the financial barriers holding that young women have. Right now, this is by global statistics and not specific to the Asia Pacific and East Asia region, but only 0.76% of global grants go to youth-led climate initiatives. I'm not even talking about gender inclusive climate initiative, but the global grants that go to youth-led initiative. How tiny can you imagine the percentage would be for a gender inclusive youth-led climate initiatives? Government and business need to step up. That means creating gender responsive investment funds, simplifying grant applications so young women can access funding, providing financial literacy training to help them scale their solution, all at national level and internationally. Because these changes happen at different level, yes, from top, middle to bottom, but it always starts with the people who are closest to the problem, and that is provincial-wise, national-wise as well. And I would say youth-led climate action is already happening at national level, and we're striving to be gender inclusive, but the real question is, will policies, funding, and leadership structures catch up? Because sustainability without gender and youth inclusivity from international to national level, they're not sustainability at all. Thank you.
No, thanks, Ang. And I think those are very good recommendations, but sometimes simple, but very difficult to implement. But it is a start. So also now going up to Natasha, you some recommendations, some thoughts that we can take out from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just to break the intensity I can feel building up, I'll tell you a quick story. So there was I think I can say the country, is in Sudan a few years ago, there was these two warring factions, and they were sitting at the table, both of them, very, very intense discussions. Like I can't emphasize the anger on both sides, which happens during conflict. And they were debating over, okay, finally they've decided this is a peace table, so to call, men on both sides, which is unfortunately very common. Even though if you have women at a peace table, peace agreements last 15 years at least, much more likely. But there's these two warring factions, and they're debating over who gets control over this particular piece of land. Why? Because there's a river running through it. And of course, most of the, just since you want to talk about water, I'm bringing it back to water. Water is one of the biggest reasons we're going to fight because of, again, climate. So this is all very linked. And they're debating. And there's this woman who's serving tea, and when a woman wants to interject a conversation, the energy that she will have. And so finally someone asked her what she wants. And she said, in her own language, said that river dried up 2 years ago because she's the one collecting water. And I think that's what we need to take away. The people who will not make it to these rooms are the ones who have these incredible insights. So one of the big things then, and so that's my big takeaway, we need to be inclusive, really at the last mile also, if we actually want to solve these issues. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. So for instance, with orange bonds, we make sure that, say, when there are countries, there are sovereigns who are looking at orange bonds. I know Indonesia has put orange into their green bond framework, which is incredible. Bangladesh as a nation is talking about orange bond issuances. And I think they've been a leader in microfinance, so I understand why that's happening. Corporates in Japan are looking at making their orange bonds look at supply chains. And I think it's that last mile integration of women that we need. We also need to make sure they are from the regions. Who decides what gender equality is? It should be people from that specific region. And then finally, how do we make sure there's transparency? The biggest issue when we talk about climate is greenwashing. We can't have a discussion about it without acknowledging that it does happen and it is a problem. And one of the most powerful ways to solve it is if you're putting capital into the hands of people who can verify that impact, and women make incredible opportunities to verify that. So for instance, with Orange Bonds, we actually have a tech platform that can send out mobile surveys to women no matter where you are. I've literally bought a $20 smartphone in Philippines, which I don't know why I have an iPhone. That phone was incredible. It could do pretty much everything. And you could send surveys to the women in Philippines, asking them how their agriculture production is going. At the same time, you could survey a woman in Kenya using a solar panel. We need to be using tech and finance for good. We've forgotten why these things exist. They exist to make our lives better. They exist to add value. They exist to solve these problems. They are not the ultimate end. Is not tech and it's not finance. They are a means to this bigger end that we're all trying to achieve. So that's the last thing I will say.
Thank you, Natasha. And I think a very important element that we're looking at, that nothing gets greenwashed, but also understanding that there are services we can put them together, but also understanding that the aspirations of women everywhere could be different versus from Kenya to somebody else who's working in coastal or versus working on. Now, last word for Raj. Some food for thought for all of us.
Thanks. So in terms of the kind of final reflections, I would like to say three things. One is definitely the need to identify and work with gender champions, and this refers to your question around what's happening at the national level. And in my previous role, I had the privilege of working in Bangladesh, one of the country that was mentioned, and I felt like in terms of the leadership that is at the highest level, that provides a lot of opportunity. This morning, we had a chance to listen to Rizwana. She is currently the advisor for the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And when she took over charge as the advisor, which is equivalent to the minister, the first thing I saw when I was in Bangladesh was inclusion of youth in the official COP delegation. And that happened for the first time last year, like 3 representatives of the youth group, and some of them were part of the UNICEF leadership platform that you are part of, I know them. They were included as official COP delegation. And I think this is a kind of a record for that sort, like no country delegation has youth delegates, like youth below 35. So I think that kind of leadership we need to identify and work with. The second one is investing more on women leadership. And this is the kind of initiative that I talked previously in terms of not only talking about women participation in few of the initiatives at the local level, but trying to look at some institutional level issues that could be addressed to support and mobilize more women leadership, particularly in terms of their representation and leadership in political decision making related to climate, water, and all natural resources management. The third thing I would like to say is the opportunity currently we are in. So in terms of the capitalizing on the opportunities at various levels, if you see in terms of the rising corporate commitments to climate, water, nature, positivity, so many things happening around. And I think there is already an appetite within the corporate, I would say, to work on these things. So that's definitely one opportunity. Since I work mostly on water currently, so in terms of mobilizing more women leadership in water, the UN Water Conference is going to take place next year, hosted by Senegal and UAE, and there is a lot of focus on women leadership, including women in transboundary conflict that Natasha was talking about. So those kind of spaces are already available in the current context, and I think this is an opportunity that we as civil society, UN and corporates and youth-led initiatives could capitalize on and further work towards more gender responsive sustainability strategies. Thanks.
Thanks, Raj. I'm not going to kind of concise everything. We've been doing that in between the sessions. But also understanding that we know we're talking about business and human rights. It's not that there aren't tools and guidelines. If you're following the business and human rights, you know there are principles on business and human rights, which also takes place, and there's a guiding. And within that guiding framework, there's also a guidance on gender dimension of the human rights and human rights and business principles. So we have these guidelines, we have these things. And I think it's how do we really share information, work with together, and it's not a new issue. There is work going on. There are new initiatives coming about. Is how do we really pull it together and ensuring that gender is not a different issue. It is an integrated issue. And if you really want to go around doing anything ethically, anything inclusive, transformation, we really need to make sure that gender becomes a part of the discussion, not a standalone discussion. So with that, I will also open the floor. We have about 5-6 minutes. If you have any reflection, any thoughts about some of the work you're doing, please introduce and take the floor. We have one. Okay, please, we'll start with you already. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the discussion. My name is Miguel Proença. I'm a private sector and innovative financing specialist with UNFPA. And someone wrote on the Mentimeter SRHR, might have been me. My temptation is to also do the same survey, how many people know what SRHR mean, alongside Jazzy. I have some reflections. The first one is the absence of sexual and reproductive health and rights from the discussion. And the big question is, being sexual and reproductive health and rights so specific of women, and we're talking about menstrual health, maternal health, menopausal health, family planning, if that's not one of the reasons why we keep failing on equality, Also would like to point out the danger of equality, because men don't have the same needs as women. So isn't it a time to actually be a little bit more brave and start talking about equity and investing the time in explaining what it is? And finally, my two final reflections. The first is the ticking box. I don't think that the wrong thing is the ticking exercise. Probably the problem is with the boxes, and we need to have better boxes, and we need to have boxes which are more efficient and effective. And finally, orange bonds, very interesting. SDG 5, what about SDG 3? So one question directed at that side of the table, is it something that it's on the pipeline? Is it opening? Is it being a little bit broader than just focusing on SDG 5 and ignore the health component of gender equality? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So maybe maybe responding to the orange bond, and then maybe something else, or I can also respond here.
No, absolutely. I think when we, this was the whole problem with the way, when I did the first gender bond, it was exactly this. It was the wrong boxes. We tried to fill out a form with the green and social bonds, and we wanted to say, look, this is for gender equality, this is for, and equity actually is the way everyone should reframe it. But sadly, SDG 5 is equality now, so we're living with that. And I remember going through the form again and again and again. This was 2017, first time a gender bond had been done. And there was one little box that says, women and other minorities or discriminated, and there was like everybody, it's just anybody who was unfortunate was in there, and so we're all half the world basically. So, and I was like, okay, I guess that's us. And so I think you're exactly right. We need to think in a more nuanced way about the boxes. Boxes will be different for different people. When we talk to, say, the Japanese corporate, they're thinking about women on their board. When we're talking with European foundations like IKEA, their orange bonds look at Syrian refugees being integrated into Jordan better. When we talk about orange bonds I've worked on in Asia and Africa, we're looking at women can't afford clean energy. Well, how are they going to be a part of the just transition? So it is absolutely about going beyond SDG 5, cutting across all the SDGs. And in fact, when we drew out orange bonds, we said exactly that, is that you can't silo us as one social issue. This is a cross-cutting thematic issue. Whether you're doing a green bond, blue bond, social bond, there's several labels now. Orange doesn't need to be standalone, as you very rightly pointed out. It needs to be integrated. I won't go, we don't have the time to go too much into this, but reproductive and sexual rights is absolutely imperative. We've done a lot of work with the Medtronic Foundation in the US. This is a whole other issue, and sadly it's going to be a greater issue for the next, for a while now. And I think it's exactly those kind of touch points where we need to know where to push back, where to get alternative sources of capital from, and how to keep making sure that you have allies. So for instance, I think we're getting very caught up in also the fear of things that are happening geopolitically, and how do we make sure that we have the right kind of capital and the independence to use that capital regardless of influence, that we can push on things where it's gender equality, but it doesn't have to come in a silo from, exactly as you're saying, things like reproductive rights.
Anybody else would like to? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for sharing all the experience and wisdom. I'm a little hesitant and scared because I think everything I say, I'll be judged by my wife, my two girls, and my mother. But I will give it a try. You said about equality for women, and we've been waiting 200 years and so on. So on one hand, I feel no matter what we do, well, we are late. This should have happened from the start. But specifically, and since we like acronyms, I'm curious if you have a view on the GFC, which is being managed by the IOMC, or the Global Framework of Chemicals, which is going to be finalized next year, being led by this inter-organizational panel for management of chemicals. It has multiple UN agencies in there. It says on its website, Principle E, gender equality. Women are agents of change and are essential to addressing the issues of chemicals and waste. The framework advances gender equality through women's full and equal participation and gender-inclusive approaches in all aspects of implementation of the framework, including in decision-making. We've heard about climate, we've heard about biodiversity. This is going to happen. is there a possibility that everybody out here with the UN power could take the voice of the youth and the women leaders of Asia and bring it there when these meetings are taking place in Paris and Brussels and Geneva and Bonn? Yeah, is there something on your radar? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We could go on an 8 hours discussion on that. I'm going to respond to that one. You talk about the GFC. Do you know what he's talked about? Is anybody familiar with the GFC? GFC, I will tell you, reason why I know that is because I was at that meeting. We started off from the ICCM 5 2 years ago in Bonn. And the line that you're talking about is a line that I negotiated. So what he's talking about, this is a new framework on chemical. This is a global framework on chemicals and its waste, which was adopted 2 years ago. Like I said, we can really go into a lot of discussions. Now, the global framework on chemicals has also a resolution that in its next meeting, because the first one is being adopted, that in its formalization, that they will actually adopt the Chemicals Gender Action Plan. There's a huge discussion, but I will just share maybe the first speaker and you also. Yes, this was literally not even the tip of the iceberg. Right, so we're talking about business corporations, just linking up with the biodiversity and sexual reproductive health rights and chemicals. I'm coming from, like I talked about the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, which has got 23 targets, which talks about chemicals, waste, and pollution under target 7, and talks about climate change under 8, and talks about inclusion of gender equality under 23 and indigenous peoples under 22. Now, the idea is that I'm glad you opened that Pandora's box. That's what I've been doing, is saying that when you're talking about gender equality, it is not one box. It is saying that how can you really portray into places, and actually it's complementing your work, that one way of looking at how chemicals, biodiversity, and climate actions impact is to also looking through the lens of health. That is called the One Health approach. An example of that is you're talking about SRHR. This was a term which, again, I was there at the negotiations of the SDGs. This is a word that, if you know, is not in the SDGs because there was no consensus to realize. So you can also understand that at a global framework where you have member states negotiating on the SDGs, there was not a consensus or support in talking about why gender is really important and putting it up there. Because at the international space also, there's hesitancy on saying that, no, we need to be addressing women's sexual and reproductive health rights. Because if they do that, then you have the implication of climate projects, right? You're talking about biodiversity. You're talking about how the implications of mining or extractive industries are going to be polluting the water. You talk about chemicals, you talk about mercury and POPs, right? So they're very much integrated, and I'm really happy if you are really looking to that, of looking it to the gender component. It's just one component, one link that we can look into those global commitments that are people putting it up. So you're talking about that in the global framework on chemicals. There are meetings coming up. We have allies working on that. And that is to link up the work of the chemicals framework to the climate and the biodiversity, right? Because you're talking about how, and the way that we are looking it up is through the health, saying that if you are not careful, these chemicals, including skin lightening products under the Minamata Convention, you want to link it up with, are actually impacting. So maybe what we really need to do is looking at how businesses incorporate, or how there are international agreements, conventions that are talking about where businesses are engaged, and how those really actually impact on the environment. And with that, it's a cascading thing. It's like a dominoes, right? You kind of put one there, and then it just has a rippling effect on the other. So you really can't talk about women's health without looking at climate, and you're talking about the chemicals. So I'm happy to have a discussion on that one. But like I said, it's a very important one. Maybe you can talk with another colleague, look at SRHR and chemicals, and then also looking at how businesses respond to those important elements. So I'm also being told by my colleague, we're running out of time, but it looks like it's a great discussion. Please find us. This was literally a very small tip of the iceberg. And please reach out to the amazing speakers. So please give me a warm hand in thanking them. And thanks to each one of you who have taken the time to be part of the discussion. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. A very, very big thank you to Tina and Alex, our co-moderators for this session, and to all our esteemed panelists. Big applauding again, thank you. On behalf of the co-organizers, I would like to close the first day of the CSERA conference. And I would like to thank you all for participating in day one. And we will continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock in conference room 3. And I just wanted to say that you can all use the same badge and you don't have to go through the registration process again. And also, we would like to encourage everyone to please take our post-session survey and give us any feedback, input that you would like to share with us. And without further ado, yes, I will close day one. And if you have any questions or concerns, we will stay on. And you can also find our contact information on our forum webpage. Thank you very much.
For the photo, do please join us. I want to see all of the people who came. So please join us in the front to take a group photo. So it's not only the panelists. Thank you.
I'll do the panel first.
Okay, yeah. Where's Alex?
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And if everyone wants to come, then all right.
Make everybody found the photo. Please join us.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And she was telling me that she wasn't in touch with the change, so she loved to be in contact with the boss, Yeah. So that's true. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, back.
No, no, she went away to last in January. And the body of